many different types of philanthropy, as you know. And you go ahead and introduce yourself to everybody, your work that you do, and we'll go ahead and just begin.
Okay, sounds good. Hello, everyone. My name is Julia Johnson. I use she, her pronouns. I am the Director of Operations at Black Visions, as well as the board chair for the organization. And yes, I love the work. I've been there 4 years, and we've done a lot of incredible work around leadership development with especially youth that we work with and, young adults, getting them to advocate for things that are important to us, especially for the Black community. We're a Black-centered organization. So, we're working on community safety issues. We're working on environmental justice issues. We're centering and, advocating for LGBTQ folks. And so that work means that we're working on ourselves. We're supporting our community where, we're able, and we're also advocating for policies that make sure that Black people can thrive, not just survive.
Yes. Okay. And then, so what are some of your visions for Black Visions in terms of as you guys as an organization?
Do you mean um, for as far as the whole organization where we think
Yeah.
we're going?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, yeah. I mean, for folks, some folks know a lot about Black Visions, and other folks haven't heard of us. So I will say that we started in 2018, and we kicked off with a bang. We were protesting the Super Bowl that was here in Minneapolis and the ways that it was harming, working class folks, poor folks. So we were protesting that. Then we were doing work on defund MPD, which was the name. We're changing that as far as our comms goes, because we understand that it could be very jarring for folks to hear um, our politics around how we want to move away from policing for community safety, and which they don't provide in our opinion, and we want to move it to alternatives to policing. Making sure that we have violence prevention, that we are getting folks needs met, so that they're not made criminal just for existing. When you're thinking about homeless folks, unsheltered folks, people really at the margins suffering in our society. So with that, we were looking to move funds from the Minneapolis Police Department into community safety initiatives that really looked at a holistic approach to how we address safety issues in our city. We've also been working on environmental justice issues. Marcus Mills, who is also, my coworker at Black Visions, and folks know him from all the incredible work that he's done on policy, especially around environmental justice. So we've been carrying that work as well, making sure that Black folks, are part of the decision-making tables, the power tables that are able to shape everything in our environment, the air that we breathe, the water we drink, the food that's available to us. All of those are really important factors in how Black people especially are able to live healthy lives. So that work kind of accumulated in the Yes on Two campaign that we co-led with our other coalition partners in 2021. And so, the politics of that, folks, definitely, it was a very divisive campaign with, how folks felt very strongly about our initiative to try to change the charter so that we could have a public safety department, a department of public safety that would incorporate police, yes, but really put a lot more effort into funding the alternative community support for safety initiatives that we would like to see.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we from there, Black Visions and really our coalition after that charter amendment did not pass. We spent a lot of time just reflecting on all of the feedback that we got as well. There was definitely fair critique about making sure that Black Visions is really intertwined and part of the community, and making sure that everyone's voices are heard, and that we're not speaking over folks or excluding folks just from the fact of we're a small crew trying to do really big things. And that means that we have to slow down and make sure that our community is there alongside us with all the fights that we're pushing. So currently, the organization, one, we changed leadership. We have pretty much
Mhm.
a whole new leadership team.
Okay.
Myself, Marcus, others, and we're really trying to move the organization to a point where we're able to do the leadership development that we want, the base building that we want, and really being supportive of our ecosystem as far as the community organizations, the groups that we're throwing down with and sharing resources with. Because we were blessed along with many other people with lots of individual donors giving money to organizations like us after the murder of George Floyd and the uprising that took place here. And so with those resources, we have been, funding all kinds of really awesome projects that our partners have been doing, and, community folks that come to us and say, hey, I don't have an organization, but I'm helping out, the youth in my community. I'm helping out, elders get to and from, their doctor's appointments. Like there's so many ways that uh, Black people especially, are showing leadership in our community and trying to solve the issues that we face. So we are just all about you know meeting more people that we can work alongside and support the work that has been happening. I mean, Minneapolis has a rich history of Black liberation struggle and really strong, like, community building, especially over north. So we want to be part of that and we want to support that. So it's been a journey. I've been here 4 years now at Black Visions, and I've seen all the hard work that people are doing to try to better our city and better our community. So Bob Rewards is a really great example of work that has just been going on and really making big changes in our community that we want to see flourish. So we're proud to support Bob Rewards and so many other folks who are holding down our community.
Thank you so much. And we're proud that you have been a major sponsor of ours for the last year with our Juneteenth Minnesota event, as well as even sponsoring this event. So I want to say thank you and for the work that you've done. And we've crossed paths, through other foundations and other, people that you have helped, even some of our Bob members and so on. So I'm appreciative that you are around. My question is to you. How are we going to keep that 5 years from now? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then, how also, second question is, focus funding is what we want you to kind of speak on briefly, because statistics show that 2.4% of all the foundational money that was given out last year only went to Black-led nonprofit organizations, only 2.4%. Those are in the slides somewhere.
Right.
That we can always share with the audience. If you guys give us a call or email, it's on the screen right there. Share with you that data. But how do we keep this going? Because I'm afraid, and oftentimes, we're hearing even now, with a lot of our elders that worked in the 1960s, movements and so on, that, eventually that's going to dry up again and we're going to just stay in the same bout. We're not going to be moving nowhere. So give me some ideas on what you think, how we can, overcome that challenge.
Well, to answer the first question that you have about how we make this last, Black Visions, the thing that I really fell in love with about this organization from the first day that I joined was the eye for sustainability that the organization really carried at its center. Sustainability means a lot of things. It obviously means you have to be strategic and you need to think long term. Oftentimes, especially with community groups that are doing social justice work, we burn ourselves out time and time again. We are very little resourced and we try to change the world, and so that often leads to us not being able to carry the work long term. I've been in this work for about 14 years now, that I've been doing social justice work, and I've seen many organizations come and go. and a lot of them not even make it past their first year. It's similar to, businesses, small businesses, and how, they're not always able to keep it going, even if it's a great idea and it has a lot of support. And so I think that I for sustainability is really important, and that means having to sit down and build structure and follow through with that structure, and making sure that you are also building connections, because it takes a village to do everything. Like you can't do these things alone, even though American society tells everyone to be independent and to be self-sustaining. um, there's just so many hurdles that we face that are just unfair as Black people. So when somebody is being evicted, or somebody is facing hard times, it really has a domino effect in their lives. Poverty is very expensive, and so
Mhm.
it ends up keeping people deeper and deeper in the hole. And so having a community of support, a network of care, is really critical, so that you have people who have been there, done that, and they said, here's some resources, go to this website, apply to this program, talk to this person, get support, get advice, get money, get the funding that you need, get, whatever it is, that care that'll carry you through, so that we all make it to the other side. It shouldn't be the haves and have nots, especially in the Black community. They pit us against each other, and it shouldn't be that way. We should be supporting and uplifting one another. And it shouldn't always be about, oh, does this personally benefit me? Because that's really short sighted. In the long run, we all are able to thrive whenever we take care of each other, and we all are able to build together. And then as far as how we get the funding and how we make that sustainable, one thing about Black Visions is that we realized from the beginning that to be sustainable, we can't depend on these foundations. Sorry for anyone who runs a foundation who's in the room, but it's just not it's not sustainable for us to be completely dependent on grants that are subject to changing with the times, changing with the politics of the day, of the what's trending at the moment. And so, during the uprising in 2020, there was so much money pouring into the Black community and the Black organizations, and there was all of this, this big swell that happened. And then, here we are 4 years later, and like you said, the 2.4% of philanthropic funds going to Black organizations is really telling, that it could be such a drastic change in just a few short years. But it's not surprising to us and other nonprofits and organizations who recognize that we cannot depend on these foundations who have their own agenda and self-interest at heart. And so we must be able to depend on each other. And so that means individual donations from folks, being able to sustain one another, and being able to look to other ways that we can partner, for instance, with Black-owned businesses, and being able to have solid relationships where we are, having our own Black economy, that we are, able to support one another in those ways. And so, yeah, we just have to be a little bit more creative, because anti-Blackness is so real. White supremacy in this country is so real. And if we do depend on them, it means that we would have to change who we are. We would have to cater to their agenda. And Black people, we deserve to be able to not only have a seat at the table, but to be able to make that table for ourselves, and to be able to lead the way, that really speaks to our own autonomy in life, in something that Black people are often robbed of, our sense of choice in this world. So those are the things that I would say, is just really depending on one another, and uplifting one another, so that we could be sustainable for the long term.
Wonderful. And I agree. I'm going to introduce Selena Karo. Selena is in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and she is also co-hosting this event with us. Selena, do you have any questions for Julia?
No. Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? Sorry about that.
Better. Yes.
Fabulous. Julia, you are such a breath of fresh air. Thank you for the amazing work that you continue to do in the community. It was refreshing to hear everything you've said, and I completely agree that we as a community collectively have to find a way to work together, and we have to look at a method or a system that is sustainable long term, and emphasizing back on the essentials that we have to work within our own community as Black business owners. Um, I have no questions for you. I just celebrate the work that you do. And I celebrate Michelle. She's amazing. And I look forward to just growing as part of this organization to truly continue the impact long term.
Yes. And then I know we got Shawnee and also we have Carrie who were supposed to come on before Julia. We're going to get to you in 1 second and we're going to skip the next module and kind of just integrate that with what we're talking about here. But I think we have a good conversation going on. I am still kind of wondering with the focus funding how we're going to achieve getting our agenda through the door. Because now, as you can hear from Selena, Selena is originally from, where are you from, Selena? What country originally? I can't hear
I
you.
apologize. I muted myself.
Okay.
Originally, I'm from Sierra Leone, West Africa, and
Okay.
I reside here in Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Okay. So, you know, right now there is somewhat of a disconnect and kind of issues going on and in the grassroots, we'll say the grassroots, with people from ADOS background, American Descendants of Slave, and then the new immigrant population. We love you all, but a lot of the ADOS community feels as though we're kind of being looked aside when it comes to funding because we felt that we've gone through the struggle of being a descendant of a slave to redlining to all of the discriminations and the disparities that we've gone through. And then now we have these big conglomerates of foundations that are kind of catering to African immigrants. All great, everybody's getting money and funding. However, how do we strategically make sure that we're not left out? And I think that's one thing that the ADOS community is experiencing. And that's why you even have this thing now, ADOS, that people are referring to, because, that population is feeling left out of getting the help that, we never got the reparations. We never got, you know what I'm saying? So Julia, just kind of expound on that a little bit, and then we're going to move towards our business pitches that we've got.
Sure. Well, this is a tough subject because it does bring up so much hurt. I remember growing up. I'm ADOS. My family. I know the exact plantation that my family was brought here from Africa and placed on. Robert E. Lee's plantation in Virginia, so that history is just very painful, and knowing the discrimination and the hardships and literally being terrorized. My family was terrorized by the Klan in southwestern Pennsylvania, and knowing that history and knowing that, again, coming from Pittsburgh, there was always this brick wall. It wasn't even a glass ceiling. It was just a brick wall that would stop Black people from succeeding in that city. And it still exists today. And so whenever I think about all the discriminatory policies, and I think about the redlining, the gentrification that happens, it enrages me. It breaks my heart. And so, yes, I think growing up, I felt the tension between African immigrants and Black Americans. The nasty jokes that would go back and forth, the judgment of really, I would say, around like respectability politics. There's just so much that the media puts out there about stereotyping Black people and villainizing Black people. So, I've heard so many times from African immigrants about how, oh, they don't want to associate with those, Black folks. They don't want to, associate with ghetto Black people. And so they kind of, would disassociate from us. They're like, sometimes they would even say, I'm not Black. Okay. I'm African. And there's a difference. And so, as I've grown and as I've gotten more into social justice work, I've realized how that is a tool of white supremacy to divide us, that it wants us to pit each other against one another. It wants us to not be talking and collaborating, because when African immigrants are, being impacted by ICE and these terrible immigration policies, my heart breaks too. And I know that it's the same root cause of anti-Blackness and white supremacy. Even if, African immigrants who come here, they might not be, up to date with all of the politics that's going on in the belly of the beast. Oftentimes there's this romanticized vision of America, the American dream, and you come here and you're going to be able, if you work hard, pick yourself up by your bootstraps, you'll be able to be the next million billionaire. And then you're faced with the harsh reality that this country hates us. It hates us for our skin color. It hates us for so many reasons that are completely out of our control. And so all we can do is to really, like I said before, be strategic about, the energy that we give. And so for me, current day, at Black Visions, we are very strategic about reaching out to African immigrants and bringing them in, under our umbrella of, we are Black people who are facing white supremacists, really a death culture in this society, and we have to stick together. And so sometimes that does mean hard conversations. I've had hard conversations with African immigrants who said, we're not a fan of the Pan-Africanism where you just kind of shove all of our cultures on this huge diverse continent, and you're mixing dashikis with, the mud cloth, and you're just kind of, you're not really honoring our culture in those ways. And it feels like, appropriation. And then on the other hand, you have Black people coming in saying, it really hurts whenever you're supporting these politicians and these policies that, are clearly trying to take money away from Black communities that have been here for hundreds of years and have suffered so much. And, being held up, African immigrants being held up as the golden child, the golden standard for us to, assimilate and be like them. And so we get punished whenever we are our authentic Black American selves. And so I see that pain and I see that frustration. And I think that hard conversations need to be had whenever those instances come up where you see, policies and programs being written that are clearly part of an agenda to divide us. And we need to address it head on. And that means have a rapport with one another. We have to talk with one another. We have to have people that you can call and say, hey, I just saw this, the budget that's being passed by the city or the state. And, we really need to talk about, how this could be more fair and this could be more equitable. And this could actually be a long-term strategy for how we build together rather than it being something that divides us. Oh no, I think we lost Michelle. Selena, do you want
Oh, you good.
All right. Sorry about that. So I believe we might have lost Michelle, but Julia, I agree with everything you were saying. I believe that if we can focus our efforts on unification, it will essentially position us to be able to create a system that is sustainable long term. The big vision has always been to be solution focused. So as experts with different hats integrated in these communities that we find ourselves in, how do we start having those conversations? How do we start being very intentional to create a context and a system to address these solutions? We can talk about the problem, but it's not going to change anything if we're not solution focused to create a path where we can unify our cultures and make sure that we are impactful and make sure that we're able to also tailor funds that could sustain our efforts long term. And so I agree with everything you have said. The other day, I was having a conversation with a colleague of mine who was talking about even just collaborating and mentoring immigrants with procuring and purchasing housing. This is a way where we can even have an infrastructure where the African Americans who are currently in stable communities could mentor, could facilitate, and gain some access in creating a strong relationship with our immigrants community. Because again, they're here to stay, we're here to stay, right? But how are we looking at unifying our communities intentionally long term?
And we'll let this be the last question so that we can move on because we are behind schedule. But go ahead if you could quickly answer that, Julia.
I'm sorry, answer what question?
Selena's question about how do we move on so that we don't have the division amongst the African community and the ADOS community, right? So we can have cooperation, even with, our mentoring and volunteering and any of our philanthropy, the philanthropy that we do. How do we share that? Do you have any ideas on that at all?
Sure. I think what I was speaking to just a moment ago was around, having hard conversations. And so being able to just sit down at a table and really hash it out and say, okay, be honest about how this is going to impact your community. And let's get to solutions, like Selena was saying, is to be solution oriented. So I think that it's possible. I've seen it happen. I love it whenever I see, Black immigrants thriving and being able to support their businesses and their work. And it doesn't feel like it takes away from me. In my community as Black Americans, it feels I feel a sense of pride, and it motivates me to say, we can do that too. Black Americans, like, I often I see how it's just different for immigrants in general, that they're able to come in with their much stronger ties that they have to their community, and that support that we were talking about at the beginning, where we don't let our people fall by the wayside and get deeper and deeper into poverty and strife, that we support one another. It amazes me how I see African, immigrant communities do that. They have multi-generational families, everyone living in one house, and, multiple people, working and keeping the family going. And it kind of makes me sad to know that Black Americans, we're often a lot more divided than that. I think about my own family and the suffering that, my cousin or my mom will go through. And then, you have other family members who are doing well, and they don't reach out and support. They don't want to be bothered with the trouble of uplifting their own family and keeping their own family in a healthy place. And so I think that we have a lot to learn from each other. We have been there, done that in this country. So we have a long history that we can pull on and see the systemic oppression and the ways that we've survived. Despite it all, we are still here. Okay.
Yes.
they try to snuff us out, but we are still here. We are stubborn people, stubborn like Harriet Tubman. Okay.
Mhm.
And so I know that we have a lot to offer. We have Black brilliance across the diaspora and on the motherland continent is so rich. Everyone is just so jealous of how brilliant Black people are. Inherently, naturally, we're just great. And so I know that we have so much to offer one another. And we just really have to move through those hurt feelings sometimes. And
Mhm.
not to say to throw them aside and act like it didn't happen, but to be vulnerable with one another and say, hey, that hurt when this happened, or, I really want to see us move a different way in the future. So I think it's possible. We just have to be willing to, reach out to one another and be humble enough to learn what we can learn from one another.
Well, thank you so much, Julia, for being a part of this big event. This, again, you guys, this is one of 4 events that we're doing on philanthropy. I'm going to ask you to go to our multiple websites. There are some QR codes there. You can learn out about the different events that we have coming up on philanthropy. But we're going to move along now, and everybody give a warm thank you to Julia for doing an excellent job and the work that they're doing in Minnesota. So thank you, Julia. And I hope that you can influence in some of the other states, like Iowa needs a Black Visions. Okay. Iowa's one of the worst states for Blacks along with Minnesota, but I don't see a whole lot of progression in the areas in Iowa, but I hope that it rubs off. So thank you again.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you. So next, you guys, we are going to move to Shawnee. Shawnee, are you ready? Are you there? She owns Just Juice. I see her in the room. Okay. How about you? Are you ready, Carrie Johnson? You got to unmute. You ready?
I'm on. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. How are you all?
Good.
Good.
We're going to let you have the screen to yourself, okay?
Okay.
So, all right. Just 1 second.
Hello, everybody. I am Carrie Motley Johnson. I am the owner of Confectionary Baskets gift tucks. I have been making gift baskets, custom-made gift baskets for about 12 years here in Minnesota. I make baskets to fit an individual. My motto is, well suited, you choose it. And so that's pretty much what I've been doing for, say, since 2017. I opened up the business here. And it's very rewarding to be able to see people smile when I make a basket for them and it fits their person. So that's pretty much, but I can show you an example of a couple of baskets that I made today. This one is my Hershey basket for Christmas for a man that likes Hershey's. So this is kind of my insight on what I do. I enjoy doing it. I have a Doritos basket for a young lady, a teenager that loves Doritos and likes to be on her phone and listen to music. So those are just some examples of things that I do. I do baskets 365 days, 7 days a week. Doesn't matter the theme. I do sympathy. I do retirement. I do baby shower. I do whatever you choose. And I stay within a budget that I feel that you can afford. What made me come up with the idea to open up my gift basket business was I got tired of going to places and paying $65 and I only have 5 items in the basket and I'm only going to use one. So I thought, why not make a business for people to get what they would enjoy out of their gift basket at a reasonable price. So I try not to overcharge. I charge for my service and everything like that, but I try to make it budget friendly. And I think sometimes we as business owners forget that not everybody has a large budget. So sometimes I've made a basket for $10. I've made a basket for $300. It's just depending on the person. So that's pretty much all that I can tell you about Confectionary Baskets gift tucks. Thank you, Michelle. If anybody has any questions, I'm here for questions. I do ship. I do ship wherever you are.
Okay. Here I am.
Yeah.
Okay. So the baskets that you make, what are the price ranges?
I do it by a person's budget. So if you call me and you say, "Hey, I got a retirement, but I only have $30," I'll make it for $30. Like I said, I've made baskets from $10 all the way up to $300. It just depends on what the person needs. I'm here for your needs. Sometimes you're working all day and you get a call and you forget a birthday party. Well, you could just call me up and I'll make you a basket. And I work with whatever budget you have. That's the thing about me. I'm custom made, but not just on my baskets, but also on your budget.
That's wonderful. Right now, we are in the season for giving baskets, you all. Okay. And sometimes, just in the season, we don't have to give these real expensive gifts. We can give things that, towels or socks and stuff like that.
Right.
Like put in baskets.
Here's my two little things for the little kids. I make these for the kids to buy for like $3, and they're stocking stuffers. And so I take them, I make them, they have little coloring books in them and things like that. And the kids can take them to a 1-year-old can take it and give it to one of their cousins and put it in their stockings. I make very simple things to fit people. It's just whatever idea you have. I've made baskets for dogs, birthdays. I've made baskets for cats. I've made baskets for people all over. That's just what I do. And like I said, I do it by people's budget, and I enjoy what I do. And it was an idea because, like I said, I just got tired of going to Walmart on Easter. And when you have as many children as I have, and you spending $30 on these big old Easter baskets, and they open it up, the toys broke by the end of the day. There's only like 3 or 4 pieces of candy, and you just gave Walmart $39 for this one basket. Well, I'm a mother of 13 children. So imagine me having to go buy all these baskets, and it wasn't anything. So I started by just making my kids Easter baskets. And then friends would call me up and say, "Hey, can you make my kids Easter baskets? I like your kids Easter baskets." And then from there, and then my son said, "Well, Mom, you always make baskets for people weddings and baby showers." He said, "Why don't you turn it into a business? You're really good at it." And I said, "Well, I'm not sure people going to want to buy my baskets." And that's how it started. And I've been doing okay, and I enjoy doing it. And it only takes me about 5 to 7 minutes to make a gift basket. Once you give me an idea, I go with it. You can just tell me a color, tell me a little bit about the person, and I go with it. I'll give you an example. My mother just ordered a basket for her sister's birthday. So let me grab it and I'll show you what I mean.
Okay, show us. And also tell us how we can get those baskets.
So my aunt is a very religious woman. She loves God. And my mother said, "I want to order something for my sister." So I don't know if you all can see this. It's very heavy, but it has a painting of a black woman, an angel, God books, relaxing. This is a relaxing, cozy basket. I am getting ready to ship this today to my aunt for my mother for her birthday. And that just gives you an idea of what I do.
Yeah.
So, any
So
more
gifts
questions?
that are in the basket that are very meaningful gifts that you put in there.
Yeah, and I always stop and think, what would when I'm thinking of an ideal of a basket, and I ask people what they like and what would make you a good gift. I don't want to just put something together and just say, "Okay, give me $50." No, I take out time and I think on it. That's why I tell people, at least give me 24 hours so that I can take out my time, think about your person, kind of listen to what you're saying about your person, and then I put it together. But I put it together with heart. I put it together with meaning. I don't just put something together and just say, okay, this look okay, okay. I'm just no. I really think about each and every basket. That's why a lot of people say, well, you should make pre-made baskets in bulk. I don't want to be the white man, Walmart, Target, and just make a bunch of baskets and say, here you go. I want to be personable with my customers. I want my customers to know that I took out time to think about what their gift means to the other person. That's just how I like my gift baskets to be. So
Nice.
any more questions I can answer?
I believe by the way, beautiful baskets.
Thank you.
And I believe Michelle had asked if you can guide us on how we can order those baskets for the
Oh,
holidays.
okay. So you can go to my Facebook page. It's called Confectionary Baskets Gift Tucks. And you will see my logo. It looks like this. So you can kind of see it. So you know you can't get confused. If you don't see this, you know you're on the wrong page. And mostly you can order through Facebook with me. Right now, I don't have a website set up because I custom make. It's hard to set up a single website. I would have to change it every hour, all day, because I custom make. So I just got to the point where I just like kind of use Facebook as my go-to because it's easier for people to message me, and then I can send pricing. You can send me what you want. So Facebook has been really what I use. So you can reach me on Facebook. You can order, like I said, whatever you need. If you're interested in any of the baskets that I have here, just let me know. Because like she said, Christmas is coming. We have Christmas, we have Valentine's Day, we got Mother's Day, Father's Day. And like I said, I don't just do them, I call it the holidayers. I'm not a holidayer. I don't do it just during the holiday. I do them every day of the week, no matter what the occasion is. You can always reach out to me. And all I ask is that you give me 24 to 48 hours to make your basket and to ship it, no matter where you are.
That's nice. Well, thank you so much for coming on and sharing your baskets with us. We're also, you all, building a website that has been in the making now for some months called Shop-Black. If you go to the first page of that website, the homepage, you'll see some of Carrie's baskets. And we hope to get those baskets, or at least some similarities of the custom-made baskets that she does, so that we can help her bring more revenue as well to her family. So, but let's support this Black-owned business. She does great work. And thank you very much, Carrie.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for having me, Michelle. I thank you for everything you're doing for the community and for us small businesses. It's awesome what you're trying to do to help our families stay afloat, help our businesses stay afloat. I appreciate all that you do.
Okay. Did you want to share a telephone number with the audience?
Oh, yes. You can call me at 651-328-4440. If you want to place an order over the phone, you can send me a text. My email address is CARRD JOHNSON 73 @gmail.com. And you can order through email, phone call, like I said, Facebook, text messages, Messenger. I'm here and I'm available for any orders that you need done. And like I said, I do ship. There is a shipping and handling cost that you would pay. But other than that, that's what I do.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, what we're going to do now is we're going to show a quick commercial for Marcus Mills, who's running for office in Ward 3 of Minneapolis, and also one of our sponsors. So, Daryl, if you can get that tuned up. And then we're going to be having next We're going to see if, because Shawnee is in our room. She owns Just Juice Minneapolis, but I don't know if she stepped away for a second. But what we're going to do is ask Tammy Martin to come on up, who can share her business. So after that, so if we can go ahead and show if you guys can show Daryl Marcus Mills there. I don't know if you, there you go. All right.
Okay. Okay. I think that's she's mute.
She muted it herself.
Oh, okay. Here I am. So next we have Tammy Martin, who has been a longtime Bob member. She's going to share her businesses with us. So go ahead, Tammy, introduce yourself and what you do. And
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Miss Michelle. Can everybody hear me?
yes.
Okay, awesome. Having a few technical difficulties around here. I've been running around trying to get stuff to work right, but it's okay. I digress. Hey, I'm here. God is good, so I ain't worried about anything. So, my name is Tammy Martin, and I am the owner of PRC Companies. Like Miss Michelle said, I have been a longtime supporter of the Bob Rewards Club platform. I love the platform. Awesome, amazing platform for the community as well for business. If you don't have business in your community, you're in trouble because that is a major, major um, survival mechanism for our communities. But anyhow, again, I'm the owner of PRC Companies, which consists of PRC Bookstore. We are a Black-owned bookstore that caters to Black authors. That's about building the community because we believe that the biblical principle that um, my people perish due to the lack of knowledge. And where do you find knowledge? You find it in the book. So we created a bookstore. Started out as an author, and then okay. I thought I lost out. Um, I see you lost Miss Michelle. She's gonna join back on with us in a little bit. But anyways, um, Black-owned bookstore that caters to the Black community, that books that builds up the Black community from the woman to the man to the children, and I said it out of order, but basically the whole family unit, as a collective and as a community. I mean, as an individual. We have lots of books that's inside the bookstore. We have over 54 books by Black authors that is about building the Black community and getting the information out there and help them with their businesses, to help them with their mental health, their physical health, and that's that's the platform that we run on in order to build up the Black community. But in addition to KRC Bookstore, I also have a company by the name of KRC Tax and Business Services, which is a tax preparation company. We help people with tax advising. We help people with tax preparation. If it's something that they are needing for their tax needs, a lot of times, if we're not able to do it, we can connect them to a reputable person that can help them out with that particular issue that they are dealing with their taxes, whether they need to get information, knowing how to find out where's my refund, and I haven't got my refund in 2 years. Why haven't I got my refund? So we try to give you, direction on how to find the information out. I think my thing just went out, but to direct you where you need to go in order to find out what's going on. Whether they missed the correspond and they moved for whatever reason, and that correspond went to the house and came back to the IRS, so they don't know where to send you the corresponds from. So well, that's the things that we help out with, as far as the tax side is concerned. Um, and that's basically me in a nutshell. With my businesses, it's all about the community for me.
I enjoy how you are community focused and you are a beacon in the community because not only are you bringing the knowledge components, but you're also bringing in the support components to strengthen equity in your
Yes,
community, not
yes,
just mentally, but financially. So thank you for the work that you do in the community. Now, for
yes.
some of us who are not in your community because we are across the states, how can we reach out to you as a business owner and support and maybe order books or even connect with you should we have questions about taxes?
Yes, ma'am. I am on I'm on Facebook. I am on Instagram. I am on Twitter. Where else am I at? It's so many out there, so I try to strategically place um um where I'm going to be at. But I'm on most of all social medias. The main social medias as KRC Bookstore, or you can find me with KRC Tax Business. Or if you're trying to reach out to me, you know, um, personally ask a question, want to help out with one of the businesses to kind of see, um, how you can fit in because we're looking for sponsors with different events that we host as well. You definitely can reach out to me directly. I'm on Facebook, Tammy L. Martin. And just about if you just type in Tammy Martin, generally I will come up because I'm pretty active on a lot of the social medias. And I know somebody is watching out there from YouTube as well. Definitely reach out to me for my different social media um, handles.
Thanks again, Tammy. We
Yes,
truly
ma'am.
appreciate all the work that you do, and we will look forward to supporting and celebrating your success. Um,
Yes.
I know Michelle probably stepped out for a minute, and she
Mhm.
might be joining us shortly. But in the meantime, go ahead and also give us a contact phone number should
Okay.
someone wants to reach you via phone.
Okay. They can reach me at 832-443-8177. Again, that telephone number is 832-443-8177, and my name is Tammy Martin. So, anything you're interested in that we spoke about, definitely reach out to me for that. And I look like we got Miss Michelle back. So,
Yes. So, leading into you being here because you do taxes, okay? You can do taxes all over the country. You are. If you guys are wherever you are, she can do your taxes. In fact, she's doing our business taxes for our organization. So, we're proud to have her be a part of the group. But we're talking about building infrastructure. So, Daryl, I don't know if we can show the overlay there or the presentation on examples of building infrastructure. If you can, and
I
maybe
think
we can
somebody,
remove.
yeah, somebody you're going to have to remove in order to do the presentation. I think because it's going behind us. That's how
Right.
it's going to.
Let's, I don't know if I remove it.
You probably need to. It looks like the presentation is as a background. It has to go up in the
Yeah.
corner.
Right. Hold on one second.
Okay, take it on.
Okay, so we are having a problem with our screens, which is the reason why we got started late. But I'm going to go ahead and we'll just have to talk about how we can all contribute, what type of resources we need in our community to build the infrastructure that we need. Okay, so let's just go ahead and chime in on that. So, so the whole purpose of us wanting to talk about philanthropy here is because we lack a lot of mentoring and volunteering in our communities across the country, and areas of expertise. Okay, so Black Americans ethnically are the number one charitable givers, but most of that charity is given through the church. Okay, and since the pandemic, philanthropy is actually down 30%. And we know that church attendance has been going down for decades. So what does that charitable giving look like in our communities? It doesn't look good, okay? And we know that we need more people in the community who have experience like Tammy, who have experience like Selena, people who know how to do accounting, who are attorneys, people who are just laborers, people who know how to paint. We're trying to connect all of those resources so that we can give back to Black-owned businesses in the areas that they're lacking. We have people who specialize in doing human resources, okay? Well, we need people who can be recruiters for some of these businesses. We're asking you to say, hey, I have an hour of time. I can donate this month to a Black-owned business. Now, there's a flip side of that, is that if indeed you need to get some type of payment, say you're an attorney, you normally charge $350 an hour for your services. Can we now get and hire you for less pay, $100 an hour maybe, so that we can fill the void of the need of that? And so that's kind of a conversation that, maybe Selena, you can chime in on how that's so great of an importance, since you are actually from an African, country. Africans are known for sharing, having more of that cooperation once have, but we somehow lost through over the years. Why don't you chime in a little bit on that?
So, Michelle, that's a very brilliant lens that you're looking through. As a business owner as well, you want to see your business holistically, and you want to be intentional to make sure that you're addressing every gap in the community. Addressing a gap in the community is going to have a section that is designated towards philanthropy. Part of your philanthropy is an outreach that's going to market you as a staple resource within your community. It'll help you even strengthen your brand within the community. So in saying so, let me give a quick example. I served as an executive board member for Willis Da Shelter. While I was serving in that role, I leveraged my 14 years of experience as a logistics expert with U-Haul franchise to engage that nonprofit to create an enterprise for transportation. So they're able to provide transportation to employment and from employment, allowing the homeless community to gain equity, revenue, and be stable so they could transition from homelessness to stability, housing stability. With that said, the big picture is down the line, I am now able to reconnect within that same community and address a need because that community grew and expanded where the need for transportation increased. And so holistically, every business owner should be thinking of how can we give back? And how can we be intentional to align whatever service and expertise we can offer to that specific community? Not because you're wanting something back, but to understand that by giving, you will receive. And that is the holistic way we should be thinking when we're thinking about strengthening our businesses, thinking about sustaining our businesses, and thinking about making an impact in our communities.
Yes. And let me just add here. So, part of the philanthropy historically in Black communities has been is that the practice of giving in Black community has been around for centuries. Okay. And again, our goal is to figure out how we can get more people engaged, how we can make those connections. How do we bring that old tradition back? How do we build enough trust in our communities to keep that going, or to get that to come back? Because I think that's what the challenge is itself. I'm going to go ahead and let's bring in Michael Cheney, if you're ready, Michael, so that Michael can kind of chime in a little bit on this as well. You there, Michael?
I believe Michael sent us a quick message. If you could quick review that in the chat.
Okay, there. We can hear you now.
Good day, everyone.
Good day. So we're talking about this thing about tradition right now. We were once a community that, that gave a lot, historically, but we see throughout the years that's kind of dwindled down. How do we bring that back? How do we get people engaged? How do we make these connections again?
Well, I'm going to begin the same way this conversation as I begin most conversations that I hold with community. And that is, North Minneapolis is going green. Give us a call and learn what we mean. Where once lie urban blight, now sits luscious garden sites. Gardens without borders, classrooms without walls, architects of our own destinies, access to food, justice for all. And now, like sweet potato vines, our missions and goals all intertwine. Good day, Michelle. Thanks for having me on. For those of you who don't know me, I'm an activist and organizer. In the 80s, I was the founder of the Juneteenth celebration in North Minneapolis, spent 14 years building that up to be one of the largest Juneteenth celebrations in the nation. In the 90s, I was the founder of the Wendell Phillips Credit Union in South Minneapolis, spent 5 years there trying to build economic stability. And in 2010, when North High came under attack, myself and others, we were all part of a group called Afro-Eco, and many of the predominant African Americans of color here in the Twin Cities who were activists, artists, academicians, Sam Grant, Kali Graddick, Seitu Jones, Rose McGee, Dr. Rose Brewer, Melvin and Metric Giles, Tim Page. We were commiserating about the threatened closing of the school because we felt that the killing of a school is the killing of the heart of any community. And so in all good consciousness, we couldn't allow that to happen. And so we began planning and talking, and there was a green room that had been fallow at North Minneapolis for over 20 years. One of the casualties of some ill-founded policies where they wanted to see everybody go off to school to become a computer programmer or have some career in IT. Well, not everyone from our community was not to be their destiny. And so as a result of that, not only did we pull the rug out from under those folks who might not have aspirations to become a college professor, but that were good with their hands, were talented when it came to auto mechanics, talented when it came to carpentry, electricians, things of that trade, in the trades. the same conversation that, Booker T. Washington must have had many, many, hundreds of years ago. And so I approached the school and asked them, could I utilize the green room? They consented, and thus Project Sweetie Pie was born. Project Sweetie Pie, the story of a community that came together, worked together for the common good of the youth and families of its community, for it takes a village to raise a child. We're growing good in the neighborhood. Good food, good schools, good youth and families. Education never tasted so good. So at the same time that we cut funding to education, that was in the early 90s, was about the same time that there was an explosion of crack cocaine and drugs into our community, which was even more responsible for the erosion, the decimation of our communities. The ending of the prior to that, the ending of industrialization in America, another nail in our coffin. And then to add insult to injury, we did become part of the American dream for those who were part of the prison industrial complex, because we filled their jails, and even though we are perceived as the predator, we indeed have become the prey. And so we continue to see the erosion, the decimation, the divestment of fundings to our community. And so Project Sweetie Pie, we are planting the seeds of change. We are trying to coming out of these caves into the middle of the stage where we can get people engaged, from the educated elite to the foot soldiers in the street, bringing people stranded on the sidelines, bringing them into the front lines. And so we've been at this now for 15 years, and some of our proudest accomplishments are we created a food program at Oak Park Neighborhood Center in partnership with the executive director at that time, Ed Irwin. We created the Youth Cafe, which became youth-led, youth-fed. In fact, one of our early youth interns who started with me when she was 14, Dee Dee Fuller, is now employed by Pillsbury United. And we're serving the community meals, good home-cooked fresh meals, on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays from 4 to 6 p.m. One of the other proud accomplishments I'm glad to tell you about is we created the first urban farm legislation in the nation. And that was about 7 years ago. I had gone to the city to knock on their door. I want to buy a greenhouse, the last remaining greenhouse in North Minneapolis. It was kind of the Will Allen story, who was kind of a mentor role model to me in his amazing work of growing power in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And so it was as if in parallel universes, the last remaining greenhouse was offered to me for a pittance, $175,000. I didn't have that, unfortunately, in my bank account. So I went to the city, knocked on their door. No one was home. I went to the county, knocked on their door. Nobody had any money. So finally, somebody said, why don't you go to the Council on Black Minnesotans? And so I had the good fortune of meeting at that time the director, Ed McDonald, and we carried forth that legislation. The woman who was the head of the finance committee, Representative Poppy, asked me, she said, well, Michael, what is urban farming? And even though she was the head of the Egg Finance Committee, I thought about it for a few minutes, and my response was that urban farming is farming in urban communities. And so that's what we began. And this year alone, that particular Agri Fund has given away $3.5 million. Also, about 4 years ago, I began a project. There was a national call out by Kimball Musk, who is Elon Musk's brother, out in Denver, Colorado, has an organization called the Big Green Org. He joined forces with Frank Justra, who is the owner, founder of Modern Farmer and owner of Lion Gate Entertainment. And so they wanted to create this event. They wanted to see 1 million gardens start across the United States and Canada. And so I had to go all the way to Colorado to get the kind of support that could really grow my vision and aspirations. And so we applied. We became the inaugural launch of here in Minnesota of their the Ultimate Garden Party. And it was through the beginning of that relationship that over the last 4 years, at that event, we far exceeded their expectations. And so we got a call, and the organizers for Big Green, they said, well, Michael, Kimball heard you and he listened, and he was forming a philanthropy, and he would like Project Sweetie Pie to be on the governance board. We have become that. And so Catherine Fleming, who is the CFO of Project Sweetie Pie, has been working with Big Green and other BIPOC organizations and handing out money. We've given money to Pillsbury United. We've given money to Shirley Sherrod down in Georgia, who has a 1,500-acre farm where she's growing pecans, she's growing all kind of peaches, and doing amazing work. We've given money to Kali Gradick down in Georgia, and for the work that he's doing in forging Black youth farm collectives. And so we believe that urban farming is the latest iteration of the civil rights movement. And so we have been diligently moving forward to really try to forge what I call a food-focused future. And what a lot of people don't realize, that urban farming is in our DNA. If anyone in this country deserves access to those funds that are coming out of the USDA, NRCS, it is certainly African Americans whose blood, sweat, and tears saturated the soils all across the South and throughout America. And so I think it is apropos that we really start forging what I call a food-focused future. And so with that, we're trying to create the North Star Urban Farm and Food Corridor. We've just brought a site on Broadway, which we perceive as our Black Wall Street. And we bought a piece of property on that site where we're going to be creating a marketplace, a pop-up stand that is entitled the Black Star Line Fruit and Vegetable Emporium. For those of you who are historians, that is in honor, in recognition of the work of Marcus Garvey. And we continue to advance the notion of collective ownership, collective land purchase. And so we are creating these, taking small incremental steps. We are advancing the idea of creating the United Urban Farm Food Federation, and with the support of Kimball Musk, in a project that I call Foster Green, Adopt a Lot, Adopt a Plot, Adopt a Garden Box. We have these raised beds that are have built-in irrigation system, the closest thing that I've seen to a self-watering oven. We are creating this green ribbon of resiliency, of solidarity across Minneapolis and the Twin Cities, where we're trying to raise agency for all. So bringing in the faith-based community, bringing in those who have been stranded on the sidelines, bringing them to the front lines, and really trying to look at building collective economics, worker-owned food co-ops, Many people don't realize that Kemp's Ice Cream, Kemp's is a co-op. Land of Lakes is a co-op. And so we see co-op structure joining forces with the food co-ops, with the credit union as the goose that laid the golden egg. And so we continue to build out a green vision for the future. Project Sweetie Pie is made up of 4 stages. Stage 1 is scattered gardens. Stage 2 is social media, telling our story. Stage 3 is season extension so that we can grow year round, build scale. And stage 4 is what we call Pie Squared, green to the second power. And that is looking at the establishment of green enterprises and green workforce. This summer, the city of Minneapolis paid for my project coordinator. The Hennepin County Green Partners Program paid for my youth interns. DNR paid for the gravel, the trees, the raised beds that we installed in our gravel bed tree farm, which is a local nursery. And it was framed after the work of Wanjiri Maathai, who in Kenya created the Green Belt movement. And for her work, she earned a Nobel Peace Prize. So we're looking at best practices around the country and looking through the lens of food, water, soil, forestry, waste, energy, and moving forward as one. We must be our own support. We can no longer sit around twiddling our thumbs waiting for Godot. We must be about the business of youth development, community development, and economic development, raising agency for all. So thank you, Michelle, for inviting me. By the way, I am on Bob's Rewards. I'm a board member.
Yes, he is, and a great one. So I want you to stick around. Dimitri's trying to get in. He's our guy on meeting standards for nonprofits. Just hang around for a minute, Michael. We're going to go ahead and move to Shawnee. So Daryl, if you want to help me out with that, if we could just get a single screen for Shawnee, if you're ready. We're going to go ahead and have you, if you can unmute.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Can we hear me? Can you guys hear me? Oh, my volume is not working. Exactly. Nope. Oh, you can? Okay, sorry. Okay. Hi, guys. I'm Shanae O'Neal. Sorry, I'm at an event right now, so let me get up out of here. Hi, guys. I'm Shanae O'Neal. I'm the owner of Just Juice. Just Juice is a cold-pressed juice bar / plant-based cafe that I am trying to bring to North Minneapolis. I've been doing Just Juice for actually about a year now, coming up November 21st, which was yesterday. Yeah. So I've been in business with Just Juice for about a year now. Started Just Juice because I am a diabetic / dialysis patient. So I'm actually going down the path of trying to heal my kidney. I do not want to transplant. I want to heal myself. So as I'm doing that, I'm noticing the benefits and how awesome it is to actually live off of juice, fruit, veggies, help heal yourself. I've been on dialysis since 2019. Going into there, I had 0% working on my kidney. I've literally been juicing since 2019 when I found out that I was a dialysis patient, and my kidneys are kind of working at 15% now. I have an appointment next week, so I can tell you guys a real update. And I see it can help me, which, like I said, I'm a dialysis patient. I'm kind of towards the end. I know I can help other people. I know I can build it up in my community. I know I'll be able to help those like me who maybe think that there is no other way to heal themselves, which there is. And I want to show those people that you can do that. Was I supposed to say anything else, you guys?
Who waiver? Because he.
Okay. Hello.
Hi.
Shawnee, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Shawnee, can you show us some of your juices? Show us some of your juices. Tammy, you
Um,
gotta drop down. Dimitri's trying to get up.
I don't to share my screen on here. I don't have the option to show you guys any juices, like share my screen. I don't have that option. You're on mute, Miss Michelle.
Okay, I'm sorry. My phone was ringing. You know, it's kind of hard running everything. You know, we don't have the resources to have an attendant here, an office there. So bear with me, you guys. But I want to, your juices. Are you like you said you're at an event right now? Do you have
Yeah.
any like samples of your juices?
No, the event. I have two businesses. So
Okay.
I have a kids brand. I'm Shanae O'Neal. I'm the owner of the Rain Love Collection, which I used to be in the Mall of America.
Okay.
So no, that's my main business, which is that one. So that's what I'm here with. I can show you guys an example of that one. But for
Okay.
Just Juice, I only bring that out to big events. So like the Black State Fair, I was there. Pride last year, I was there.
Okay.
Until I get like a stable location, I kind of want to expose it to the world and not just like little fairs like this I do Rain Love with.
Okay. Well, let me see what you got. So now what's the second business you have? What is your second business?
It's called the Rain Love Collections.
The Rain Love?
The Rain Love Collections.
The Rain Love. Okay, collections. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
and I
tell
can
us
show you.
about that. Go ahead and show us what you're doing.
So let me see if I can turn my camera around.
Now, where are you at right now?
I'm trying to turn my camera around so I can show you guys.
Okay. What city are you in?
We are in.
Oh, you lost her. Okay. Maybe Shawnee will be back in just 1 second. Oh, she back?
Oh no,
Okay.
yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you there? Okay.
Yeah, it's not really letting me turn my camera, but I can show you guys like this.
Okay. Oh. I guess it's so hard for her. Okay. Well, we'll keep talking here. That's great. You know, that's one thing, Selena, too, about Black-owned businesses is that, and it's very important to have all those different streams of income, is that there are so many of us have multiple businesses. You know what I'm saying? Like yourself, Selena, how many businesses do you have?
So currently I have 5 businesses, and you are absolutely right, Michelle. It's necessary for us to diversify our stream of income. Um, and one of the things I always say is the best way to do it, I will think, is to find ways to tie all your businesses together so that you're expanding upon the foundation of one of the businesses. When everything ties together, you'll be able to holistically serve one customer 3, 4, 5 times.
Yes. Yes. Okay, Shawnee's back. Shawnee. So
Yes,
you go ahead and where are you at? What location?
I'm in Bloomington at the St. Christ Church right now at their vendor event.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I can show you what I got. So this is the
Okay.
holiday set I have.
Uh-huh.
So with all my products, they're natural. So these are 3 body washes in here. And it
Okay.
comes with a loofah. So the 3 body washes, a loofah, and a gingerbread house.
A gingerbread. Oh, that's nice. Now how much does that
So this is my
cost?
holiday set.
How much is
These
that?
are 35.
Okay.
And then I make bath salt.
Okay. Those are nice.
Thank you. I have cupcake soaps.
Okay. cupcake soaps. Now, what are those? Do they smell like cupcakes or?
Nope, they're just in shape of cupcakes,
Okay.
and it's a soap.
So what is it? Is it made out of natural things? I mean, is it good for
Yep.
people that are hypoallergenic?
Yes, ma'am. It's made out of shea butter and oatmeal.
Oh, is it? Nice. So how much do those sell for?
Those are $8.
$8. Okay, now that's reasonable for that. Because it looks like that soap will last you for a while.
Yeah, to where like when you buy bath bombs for the kids, because I'm a kids brand too. The Rain Love collection is focused on kids. When you buy
Okay.
bath bombs, you're paying that $10 drop in the tub and it's gone, right?
Uh-huh.
That's a
Nice.
soap. So that you
Okay.
can continue on washing up with that.
Okay. All right.
I got Lego piece soaps,
You
so
need to get some
kids
of
don't
those.
take baths
Y'all better
nowadays.
get some of those, Michelle. Go
So I'm
ahead.
giving kids a reason to take baths. So Lego piece soaps, giving them something to do. We got puzzle piece soaps, giving them something to do.
Okay.
And then they all come with loofahs at the top, if you guys notice. There's different
Yes.
color loofahs.
Okay.
I also do, give me 1 second, that just fell off.
And now what is that good for? Explain kind of, for the dumb people like me. I don't have any grandkids, unfortunately, so
The bath salt?
I don't keep in tune with all the stuff for the young, the young people.
Oh,
So what does
bath
that help
salt?
you do? The
Bath
stuff on
salt's
top
good
of
for
it.
all ages.
Oh, is it okay? So what does that help you do? Tell me, explain it.
So bath salt is Epsom salt. So you soak the body. So whether you're
Okay.
working a 9 to 5 as an adult, or whether you're being a child that's a football player, cheerleader, dancer, you can all soak your body in bath salt. That's natural. It doesn't matter what
What
age
is
you
the
are.
stuff on top? You were saying something about the top of it.
It's a
Something
loofah.
about
It's to wash up with.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Maybe I just not familiar with the name of it. We used to call those little scrubbies. Didn't they used to be called scrubbies? They keep changing the name of everything, But those are nice. I like how you got them together. I think your price is not bad. It
And
sounds
then I
like it
have
lasts for a nice long time.
Minneapolis
Okay.
exfoliation soap. So if you see there's an exfoliation in there, we live in the state of Minnesota, it's dry
Uh-huh.
outside. Psoriasis, eczema, dry skin is flaring up right now. So if you have that, if you look at your sheets this morning, you notice like the little dead skin cells, it's dry outside. You need to exfoliate.
Right.
Full bar soap.
Right.
So basically all you have to do is take the bar soap out and go to work.
Okay.
Waterproof
That's
containers. And this is one of my specialties, and it's called Minneapolis because it's country apple.
okay. Country apple. I bet that smells good.
Oh yeah, that's one of my top sellers.
Okay.
I got Fresh body wash.
Nice. And so you make all these products yourself then? Nice. And how long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this since 2020.
Okay. Wonderful. I'm glad to see you out there.
Thank you. I love what I do.
So now tell people how we can get a hold of you for everyone, who wants to purchase your website.
I am the Rain Love Collections. So if you type this in on Google, it's gonna pop right up.
Okay.
My website is the Kid and Play clothing store. It's kind of long, so I tell people all the time just to type in the Rain Love Collection on Google, and I'm popping right up.
Okay. The Rainbow Collection.
The Rain Love. So
the
Rain.
Spell
Rain
that.
as in REIGNLOVE Collections. So the Rain Love Collections.
Got it. Wonderful. And we want to get your products on the website as well, shop-black, okay, .com. So you'll be hearing from me. Now, do you have a telephone number, email you also want to share?
My email, you can email me at REGINLOVE collections at gmail.com.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, Shawnee, thank you so much. We're going to let you get back to getting more customers there, and looking forward to, we're doing, working out, helping you out in the future. Okay. So let's move on. We've got one more business that we need to bring in. I don't know if our other speaker was trying to get in Dimitri Kassan Stoll with the Charities Review Council. But we are going to bring up Dwight Woods and let him have a full screen by himself so he can explain who he is. Okay?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Michelle, for having me today. I'm glad to be here, and it's great to see everyone. I like the energy that I see. And so down to it, my name is Dwight Woods, and I am the owner of Dr. Martin Stein Digital Agency and Customs. And I'm here to share a little bit about how important marketing is. I know that everyone know what marketing is or have an idea, but I want to share exactly how important it is to the success, health, and wellness of your business. And I have a little PowerPoint that I'd like to share. So let me get to it, and please let me know if you can see the screen when I do this. Let me present, share screen. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. Did everyone see this presentation? Let's see. Present. Okay. All right. Yes. Could you see the screen? Could you see my screen here? Okay. I hope everyone can see the screen. If I can't see the communication box. So Michelle, if you can see my screen that I'm sharing, could you please vocally let me know that you can or cannot see the screen?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take off.
Okay, thank you.
Could you see my shared screen?
I can see, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. I don't see your shared screen yet.
Okay, let's see. Let's get this. Share screen. Here. And entire screen.
You know what?
Yes.
I have a feeling that we're having a technical issue with our link in StreamYard. Okay. And I think that's why we've had technical issues from the get-go. So I don't know if I would say one way to do it is maybe just go ahead and add that as a go out, come back in a second, and we'll talk with somebody else and add that as another space down below for the StreamYard. And then you could add it as the StreamYard. Does that make sense?
I'll make sense of it.
Okay.
So you want me to leave the room and come back in?
Well, or just leave. Yeah, we'll bring you down right now. And then Daryl, if you could just bring him down and we'll figure that out. Add it back in, go to it and then add it in for your picture. Add the website or whatever you're adding in place of, and then come back up. That's the only way I can think that it will work.
Okay, I'll try this one last.
I think there's something wrong with the StreamYard itself because we were having these technical problems early on, but we can do that for the sake Or if you don't want to do that, if you got something else you can share right now.
No, this is it. I'll just
Okay. And I apologize
no.
because none of the screens that we have prepared for all of our training modules are being, we're not able to show them and show our picture at the same time either. So
Okay.
I think there's something wrong with it's a technical issue, obviously, with StreamYard itself, I think.
No problem. Let's
Okay.
try something different here. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So, all right, Renisha, since you're here and Marcus, you haven't said anything, can we get you guys to come on up?
Certainly.
Hey, Marcus.
Hello.
And hello, Renisha. Can't see you.
I am here, but I wasn't ready till 2:40.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
Well, nothing seems to be right. So what end up happening is we all stick together and we just talk, and you know what I mean. And
We're gonna make it work. But y'all gonna yell at me. Don't make fun of me. I was still at the nail shop because I wasn't ready for another 2 minutes. So I'm gonna mute Marcus. You can get it to me, please.
Okay, if you want to come back up a little bit later, then Renisha.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Hello, Michelle. Always wonderful to see you.
Yes, thank you. Nice to see you.
Yeah, and Selena, thank you. Thank you for coming on board. Appreciate the work you've been doing during this stream. Thanks.
Yes. So Marcus, we were talking, I want to talk a little bit more about that focused funding resources, and maybe you can give some insight on some of these things that are challenging for our community. Okay. Yeah. But I'm going to let you introduce yourself first to everyone and who you are and what you do. And that's what.
Thank you much. So, hello, everybody. My name is Marcus Mills. I am the Director of Policy and Government Affairs for the organization Black Visions. You had Julia Johnson, our Director of Operations, on earlier, my favorite colleague. But so I am both a member of the community trying to help out in a 501c3 nonprofit, and I am also currently a candidate for the Minneapolis Ward 3 City Councils. So those are two of the hats I wear, besides this one, obviously, in the current running election. So we're having an election in 2025 for the next 4 years of city council presence. And, my position is is basically the kind of pan-liberal position, the attempt to try and move the entirety of the kind of lefty side to achieve greater progress. Progressivism is where I come from, and progressivism is what I hope to bring to a Minneapolis that is much more open, respecting, and accepting of the Black community, where the Black community is much stronger and much more capable of influencing its own destiny and that of the city as a whole, because that is the real purpose of citizens, is to help the whole run. So this is why I've stepped up to try and see a better and more progressive future for our city. Now we have a conversation on philanthropy going, so let's we can jump back in there. All right.
Wonderful. Well, and you guys certainly are doing some great work out there. I know that you guys have been able to help a lot of smaller people out with getting, our missions out there and working on them. My concern again here is that we've got to figure out how we can grow that. Again, I think history is showing us, like I was asking Julia, is that, you know, we've been down this road before where we have had this period in history where we have, getting this funding, right? So to speak, okay? But we didn't see a real change with it. Our numbers are still low. We're still on the bottom socioeconomically, in every parameter that you can think. And so I'm thinking, what is it that, we can do really just in layman's terms? Like, just explain it to me, like in a simple way for the everyday person, the little simple things that we can do so that we can really, not be in the rut that we are in. Because I feel that we are making progress. There's more consciousness going on. However, I don't see the behavior change, all the way. There's still, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So my answers are actually, like you said, much more simple than most people would imagine. When you look at like immigrant communities in our society, or the most successful Black communities in the history of the United States, the major elements are that the Black community was supporting itself. When we are left to our own devices, and when we are helping each other with a common sense of purpose, especially when it comes to philanthropy. I will give a primary example of Black Wall Street itself. Black Wall Street was simply an area of Tulsa, Oklahoma that was bought out by a Black Northern entrepreneur who simply decided, hey, this is a place where Black people could thrive, and simply put down a location and said, what we're going to do is we are going to invite and celebrate and promote Black business, Black housing, and Black philanthropy in this area. It was simply a concentration on our own group, and it thrived magnificently. Wilmington, North Carolina thrived in a similar fashion politically. Not as much economically, but Black Wall Street was the big economic hub of the last century for Black people. And if you notice, in almost every major immigrant community that is not regularly destroyed by the kind of dominant culture, this is what you see.
But what do you mean by immigrant? Because are you saying that, the all ADOS people are, were immigrants? I guess I'm kind of confused.
Not even slightly. We were not treated even remotely the same. Take a look at almost any what we get in this country usually are what we call towns. You can think of any place that you would call Chinatown, or any Little Italy, or those kinds of concepts. When you get large groups of immigrants coming into a city, they usually group together, they operate under their own auspices, and they concentrate their focus on making sure that the group functions and succeeds. And if they're allowed to operate under their own auspices, if they're allowed to continue without the dominant culture deciding that they are too much of a threat, even in that one area, they must be rousted out and spread to the four winds. If that does not happen, slowly you will get thriving individuals, families, and then small community capabilities. You will get a class structure building out of it, where there will be wealthy people, capable people, under many different circumstances. You will start getting the capacity for greater education and greater capacity, and then you will start seeing that wealth come back into the community because the people are still living there. Because that's the point. The whole point is you're gaining enough success that you can send your superstars off into the stratosphere, and then they pay that back to their home. They bring up other people. The difficulty and the major difference between Black people, as you mentioned earlier, ADOS, African descendants of, American descendants of slavery. What happens in our society is that in the United States, Black people, because of our history, because of the harms that have multi-generationally been suffered by us, we are seen as a threat because the society that caused that believes that if we ever got power, we would do this to them, because they believe that that's how everybody operates.
Mm-hmm.
So they do not want to see us gain power. It's not as much prejudice as it is simple fear of their own practices being visited upon them. They think everyone is like them, as everyone does. Everybody thinks most everybody is kind of like them. Mm-hmm. So when they look at what they have done to Black people, they go, we don't want that done to us. And
well, and then the bigger thing here is that it is greed. I mean, it is about having that control and power, and then saying, we could see that through a lot of the stuff that's going on now, even in the bigger political realm with our government, fighting these proxy wars. So, can you hold that thought? Stay with us in the back room. We're going to go ahead. We've got 3 other people that just joined us, and we are a little bit behind schedule, but I want you to stick around because, the conversation is great, and I want to expound on that. We're going to go ahead and bring Dwight back up for a minute, and then we're going to get to Lolita Mola, who is joining us with Minnesota Black Collective Foundation. So, Dwight,
yes,
we're going to let you have the screen to yourself. We can hear you.
Okay, so I'm going to try this thing one last time. If I cannot get this to work, I am going to just wing it, and we're going to just have a conversation about it. Let's see. See what we have. Do we see my screen? No, this is not working. Okay, so we're just going to have a little conversation. I am, by the way, going to use my notes. Okay, because it does not appear that it's going to allow me to do so. Let's try this. If this doesn't work, we're just going to have a talk. Well, just a little bit about me. My name is Dwight Woods. Like I said before, I am the owner of Dr. Martin Stein Digital Agency and Customs. I am a full-service marketing agency that specializes in print, design, and branding. I've been in marketing for a total of 28 years. I started my business originally in the music business as a music artist over 30 years ago, and that progressed into working into the music business and becoming a music aggregator for Sony, which was at the time digital distribution for music, and went on into music marketing, and I've marketed over 30 million record sales, including celebrities like Cardi B and CeeLo Green and all of those things. In 2004, while I was still in the music business, I created a company that is now called Dr. Martin Stein, that's focused on working with small and medium-sized businesses at the time to scale their marketing. And so that's why I'm here. I just want to talk a little bit about why marketing is important. So if I look down, please excuse me because I'm going through my notes. I'll just give you a little rundown of my beliefs and the mission of Dr. Martin Stein. According to Dr. Martin Stein, brand health is a combination of strength and effectiveness of your message, branding, and marketing efforts as it relates to your desired results. A healthy brand has a clear and decisive message, a distinct and relevant message and image, well-designed marketing strategy. Dr. Markenstein has 25 plus years experience in brand marketing, marketing strategy, and print marketing. With the combination of graphics, custom print, web design, we can help revitalize or give birth to a thriving brand. Now I want to go over with you why marketing is important and what marketing is. I know that's a very broad statement. It is very adjacent to advertising and branding, but marketing in the short term is the process of promoting and selling products and services, including your market research and advertising. The key functions of marketing is to create awareness to your brand, build trust and customer relationships, and ultimately drive sales and have revenue growth. Now, why is this important? Marketing is the engine that powers a business. It connects businesses to their target audience and turns ideas into action. Now, how do Dr. Markenstein play into this, and why do I do this, and why do I decide to go into helping small businesses? I just want to give you a little bit of statistics from the Small Business Association, and this is very important. I help any business, but I do have a focus on small businesses and Black-owned and minority-owned businesses, simply because this information is not always at your fingertips when you have those great ideas and those products or services that you want to sell. And you don't realize, sometimes we don't realize how important marketing is. And so just to give you an idea, according to the Small Business Association, 50% of small businesses fail within the first 5 years due to poor marketing. It's a top contributor. Businesses that spend 7 to 8% of revenue on marketing, they see the highest ROI. So you do have to have a marketing budget if you want the best results for the bottom line of your business. And lastly, just another one, 64% of consumers prefer brands with personalized marketing campaigns, because through that process, you help build trust, credibility, and make a connection. Okay, so Dr. Markenstein, my diagnosis, or should I say the takeaways from those things is, marketing, effective marketing is essential for small businesses to thrive, or any business to thrive. Let's take a huge corporation like McDonald's. Just because they are a huge corporation doesn't mean that they don't market. As a matter of fact, they do a lot more marketing than everyone else. Okay, so Dr. Markenstein, it's no secret, or I know you can hear it, it's a play on the name Dr. Frankenstein. So Dr. Frankenstein, he built this monster based on the best parts of old cadavers. And so that's the same concept I have with Dr. Markenstein, where I can build you a monster marketing plan based on the best parts of marketing strategies, whether it's graphic design strategies. Hold on, what is happening here? It looked like my presentation may be coming up. Hold on, let me see. Present. Okay, I see it. So I have my presentation up. All right. So let me try to go to my presentation and proceed. Okay, we've been through this. Once again, I was explaining to you that I'm an aggregator. This is sort of where it started. As you can see, me in my studio with a couple of gold records on the wall, including at this time, 10 times platinum record by Cardi B. This is some of my clients, including Bob's Reward Clubs, one of my favorite. And yes, I am a part of the Minnesota Small Business Procurement Program. This is my company motto or my information. I just share it with you all, and I shared this with you as well. And so this is the marketing by numbers that I just went over, speaking about how important and how crucial marketing is according to the data from the Small Business Association. And so as far as my offerings from Dr. Markenstein, Digital Agency and Customs, I build monster marketing plans, whether it's part of design, print, online, website. I compile all of the best parts according to what your company goals and needs are. And so that's hence my Dr. Marketing Style. And the things that we offer in a nutshell is my services. Branding. Branding is huge. I know you've probably heard of branding, and I know the difference between branding and marketing, but we do deliver branding as a whole, from concept going into creativity to building logos, websites, and also brand guides, which is very important. A brand guide is a very important tool so that you can build a recognizable brand. I am a print partner as well. I do print over 1,000 products, from paper products like banners and flyers, all the way to custom apparel, no matter if you're starting an apparel brand or if you like custom apparel like uniforms for your business or team. And I also produce and print merchandise like promotional items. I also offer project management from start to finish on campaigns that can include one or all of my services. And I am what you are called fractional marketer. Today's climate does not always warrant a budget for a small, medium, or large size business to have a full-time marketing officer or chief marketing officer. However, they still have marketing needs. So that's where I come in, and I work on a part-time or a long-time contract basis so I can fulfill these needs. And so my unique value, I'm not a one-stop shop. However, I am a full-service stop. My unique value is I have customized solutions. I don't believe in one size fits all. Every marketing plan is tailored to fit the unique needs and goals of each client. And more importantly, I have cost-effective marketing, offering competitive prices and scalable options. With my fractional marketing program, it makes quality marketing accessible for businesses of all sizes, and you do not have to spend money where you do not need it. So this is an example of a couple of the flyers that you might see around the Twin Cities. When it comes to my printing business, promotional products, the overall printing, also grand display items where you have the large tents for trade shows, or sometimes we call them pop-up shops, and also retail signage and the likes. So that kind of gives you my overall deal. I want to give you a very short version. This is me and my information. Dwight Woods. I can be reached over at drmarketingstein.com. And yes, I could be reached over at drmarketingstein.com. My business, you could go on there. If you have any questions, you can reach me over there, or you can email me at dwight@drmarketingstein.com as well. My foundational office over in Richfield, but I serve all of the counties in the Twin Cities. And yeah, so that is kind of my deal as far as my presentation goes there. So at this time, if anyone have any questions, I'd be glad to share any information or answer any questions that you may have.
Well, how about this? We've got, can you stick around?
Mm-hmm.
And we'll look into we've got some people on 3 different platforms, so we'll look and see what comments there are. But if you could stick around, because I want to also have a discussion with you later on, which in about 45 minutes, about budgeting for marketing.
Mm-hmm.
And the resources, and talk about some numbers and so on, because that is one of the reasons why, we have a problem. Our businesses fail, basically. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So as you said, so that is also was part of one of our training modules for today, but we'll deal with that. But if you want to hang around, I'd like to talk a little bit more with you about that. Okay.
Awesome. No problem. I will.
All right. So the next guest is going to be Lolit Mola. And Lolit, I'm so sorry for mispronouncing your name, but I'm so happy you are joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I kind of like the way you say my name. My name is Lulit. It is so good to be here with you all today. Thank you, Michelle, for inviting us and inviting the Black Collective Foundation. Now, are you going to be in conversation with me, or how should we talk about the
Yeah,
Black Collective? Okay.
we are going to be in conversation. So I wanted to, we were talking earlier about focus funding. We had a really great discussion with Black Visions. You heard a little bit with Marcus Mills. Julia Johnson joined us earlier. We wanted to kind of focus with you on funding resources and how we, you know, as a Black collective, okay, how, you know, what are some of the tips you can give? What are some of the, you know, any ideas on what are the best ways of getting our businesses funded? Okay. Even though we were talking earlier about like we only receive about 2.4% of foundational money. But first, I want you to tell who you are, okay, your history, and a little bit about, you know, your organization before you answer that question. So,
Yeah.
speak.
Absolutely. So, my name is Lulit. I'm the co founder and president of the Black Collective Foundation. We are a community foundation here in Minnesota, the first of its kind, and really one of a handful in the nation, which I don't necessarily say very proudly because in an ideal world, there would be a lot more Black philanthropic foundations, and that's the vision. But I say that as context to highlight how emerging this work is as we think about institutionalized Black-led philanthropic endeavors. I myself, I was born in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and I always share the story of being born in a hospital called Tekorambesa, which translates to the Black Lion. And I grew up with such a big sense of pride around my cultural identity, my Blackness. And so when my family and I came to this country and systems tried to tell me otherwise, it was the most confusing thing to me ever, because all I know Black to be is dignified and beautiful and amazing and world changing. And so I've spent my career trying to figure out this tension between who we really are as a people of the African diaspora and who systems try to tell us that we are. And so the Black Collective Foundation, we emerged in 2020 against the uprising for racial justice. And really, our focus was about how do we make this temporary attention on Black lives and racial justice permanent? Because we knew once the cameras left, so would the resources. And so we focused on building a philanthropic institution that can continue to fund Black-led change, which we define as social, economic, and political change benefiting Black people, led by Black people, beyond 2020. And so almost 5 years later, we're still here. To date, by the end of the year, we're going to have given out $3.2 million to Black-led change across Minnesota. We've done research that you can find on our website on mmenblackcf.org about the state of giving to racial justice and Black-led change. It's a national research. We convene. We're really working to be a backbone support, if you will, to the movement of Black-led change across social, economic, and political change in Minnesota. And so that is how I come here today. And yeah, let's get into this conversation.
Okay. And so, your experiences, let's go back to your experience. Also, and also I don't know if you've met Selena.
Hey, Selena.
is Selena. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself real quick again? For people who are-
Hello, Lilith. My name is Selena. I'm also an immigrant. I'm from Sierra Leone, West Africa, and I am currently residing in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, where I wear many hats. I'm an elected council member for Iowa State Extension, but I am also a successful business owner here in my community, tailoring our gaps that needs to be addressed, whether it's immigrant support services or just community support resources.
Yes.
Wonderful.
And Selena, and I always mispronounce your name, but is also our guru award winner for 2024. So we give out awards in 4 categories. So she's someone, and also going to be working with our organization with more instruction and doing more of these type of videos so that we can inform people. But I do want to talk about your upbringing. How old were you when you came to America?
6 years old.
Oh, so you were young. Okay. All right. So so very interesting. So, and I'm much older, okay? But I can remember, because my daughter's father is Nigerian. And I can remember when, the African immigrants first came to Minnesota, no one was calling himself Black. You know what I'm saying? So I'm happy to see that the African immigrant community come around to do this collectively, okay? Because we are more stronger together, and no one's better than the other. And I think that there have been rivalry, amongst, the ADOS, which I am, which I actually call myself a native Black American, because my family traces back to the Seminoles, okay? Going through the Oklahoma trails and actually going through Iowa. That's how many people back in the day got to Iowa, even places like Minnesota. So, but that's a whole nother, I digress, okay? But I'm kind of, I was kind of interested because this thing of white supremacy, it's all over the world. It's not just in America. So, but let's get back to the discussion, which is really about how do we, why do you think it's been easier for the African immigrant community to come to to Minnesota or places and grow and flourish, even more so than you did, even in your own country? Have you ever thought about that question?
Oh, I think about it all the time. I mean, so I myself, I'm in a mixed diaspora family, right? Like my children and my partner are descendants of enslaved people here in the US. I obviously am Ethiopian, as I've shared. And so being aware and conscious about our various experiences with Blackness is really important. And it's a conversation that we have and an intention that we hold in teaching our children all of who they are, right? And not just one part. I think that, white supremacy is sophisticated and has told us stories of who we are ourselves and who we are to each other in false ways. I don't know. So first, I'd like to always root the fact that immigrants from Black nations, immigration from Black nations is only possible because of work done by the civil rights movement, by Black Americans that required laws to accept migration from places like Africa. And that's really important, right? So the reason that we're here is a byproduct of a historically Black-led movement here in the US to ensure that we weren't just getting migrants from Europe and Asia and other places, but also immigrants from Africa. And a lot of the conditions for Black immigrant success is a foundation led by Black Americans, right? We know that Black business owners are more likely to hire other Black people. We know that local advocates of rights of those people most harmed by the system are Black people. And so for my sister and I and my mom, we were actually raised in a village that included historically Black descendants of enslaved people who loved on us and raised us. So our understanding of our identity in this country is still very much formed by the history that existed here for centuries before we even came. But when we look at the data, it's complex because in Minnesota, there's a great deal of refugees, different than diversity visa holders, for example, right? So that's why you see an influx of Liberians and Somalis and Oromo people and many groups of African migrants that are refugees.
Right.
And so I don't know if I would say one group is doing extremely better than another. Okay, I'm not saying that there isn't pathways specifically designed to push one group against another.
Right.
But I do think, like James Baldwin, for example, would talk about how he would go to France and be treated so much better than the local French Black people because he was from the US. So the French had this fascination of disassociating their relationship with Blackness because they felt like because he was from the USA, they could, they had less responsibility, less proximity than the people in their backyard. So I do think like the idea of migration and Blackness and how we navigate space and culture and whiteness is very global. And when it comes to funding, no group is doing well. So it's not
okay.
And it looks like it.
It looks like it from outside.
Yeah.
When you see, but there is something that the African immigrant community has that was taken from us, and that's that cooperation. Okay, that's still the Somali mall where you have Somalis who are all patronizing each other. You get what I'm saying? So I can say that is good that you still have that intact. You still have even you don't have even the family destruction that has happened to Black families. And I'm talking about recent from the 1960s on, from, them not allowing, husband and wife to live in the same household, when they were on public assistance, which most people were because, people migrated from the South. They had nothing, we had nothing after slavery. Okay. And so that's why that reparations push, by the way, do you support reparations?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Right. And you know why? The number one reason I support reparations for descendants of enslaved people is because we would all win. We would all win if there were adequate reparations. And let's say Black folk here got what is due, they would hire African immigrants too, right? Like it would be prosperous for the whole diaspora. People would travel back. People would, because it's already happening. Like the generosity is abundant already with minimal resources. Imagine, so I don't necessarily feel like it has to be about me for it to benefit all of us and all of our children and all of our future. But I think there's big R reparations, but there's also reparative ways we can think about projects, right? So yes, yes.
And so now how you've done this since 2020. How, that whole project, were you there from the beginning of the incorporation and all of that? Okay. So, just getting the money for that, just getting that going, like talk a little bit more about funding and, do you have any tips that you can give? What is it about? Is it about going to meetings all the time and, socializing with these people, at their events, or, what is it about? What was the triggering thing? How did you get the people in Minnesota to move?
Well, first, I think it's important to share that I'm not at this alone. I have two other co-founders that are very respected in this community and that have done this work and that have different experiences of Blackness. So my co-founders are Rapamika. He's the president and CEO of Nexus Community Partners. Been at this, Rapa has great grandchildren. Okay. He been here. He has touched every impactful work that has emerged in Minnesota, especially centered around Black people. So he's a co-founder. And then Shonda Smith Baker, who is also from here. And has been in philanthropy for a while, has been in the nonprofit sector and social change sector for a while. So the biggest, the most impactful ingredient in our success is that there are three co-founders, as opposed to three people trying to build three different organizations, trying to fund for three different initiatives.
Yes.
So number one is like, before we decide to come up with something new, let's see how we can go back to cooperation. Let's see what already exists and how we can bring our talents and skill sets to taking a model that exists and elevating it to the next level. The second is we were already working in the sector. So I was at the Women's Foundation.
Okay.
Shonda was at the Minneapolis Foundation. Rapa, as I mentioned, was at Nexus. So we already had an in because we were employees of established organizations within the sector, right? So we knew folks, our name was familiar. So when we emerged with this vision of a culturally specific community foundation, there was already a level of trust and familiarity with our name and our leadership. And then third, it was really the time. It was the time. The time where, Black was in vogue, right? Like non-Black businesses would put Black owned or we support Black people on their window to make their businesses more valuable. Like at that time,
but it took a while. I've been doing this work since 2016. I've been doing this work since 2016. And one of the things I always say is that when I first started doing this, I would, call places like Illinois, Las Vegas, because we're a national nonprofit. And so many Black-owned businesses would tell me that they did not want people to know they were Black-owned.
Right.
Okay. So I can tell you the difference between 2016, which is not that long ago.
No,
okay?
It's not.
And it's not easy for us to go back and redo history again and forget. So, we kind of talked earlier about how do we keep this thing going on so that there is more businesses created. There is more, there needs to be a conscious effort, right? That we continue to have this going on forever, because we can't lose having our focus be, steer the.
Well, I would say it's already gone.
What do you mean it's already gone?
As in the value that mainstream media put on Black businesses in 2020 is no longer there. Like it was very temporary.
Mm,
Not driven by Black
well,
businesses themselves. That's permanent. I'm talking about corporations and, like the hype, if you
oh,
will.
you're saying they're focused.
Yeah.
They're focused. Okay. Well, but I still see things that are out there. Now, we're not big on getting grants. Okay. But I do still see, and I'm hearing more of, even with young entrepreneurs and our young people, wanting to start businesses. So there still is a hype in terms on the grassroots, I think, for Black people to start businesses. Okay.
Yes.
Right. When it comes to the foundation and the money piece, that's a whole nother story.
Mhm.
So, we can't always, of course, if you're a nonprofit, that's your focus, but we cannot always worry about nonprofit money, right? I know that that's the model that I built this organization under.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And that's how come when you go look at our tax record, we
Mhm.
have longevity. But then again, I have over 35 years in management experience. Okay.
Mhm.
And so not everybody has that capability of know-how to do all that. But anyway, I think that I don't know, Selena, do you have any questions, regarding anything that I kind of missed? I think my main focus was really any tips of know-how, but I'm kind of hearing from Lalit that we're all in the same boat,
So I'll chime in. So let's say, for example, I have a transportation entity, right?
Mhm.
And it's looking at the big picture. From what Lolit is saying is there is a bucket of money for nonprofit.
Mhm.
And if you're a business owner, you should figure out what is the gap and how can you connect with that nonprofit to meet their needs so you can also access part of that funding.
Mhm.
So if I could now transport immigrants to and from work, they're able to fund them for 3 months. Now my for-profit business is able to access funding from the nonprofit business, which is tailored specifically for
Mhm.
transportation. Similarly, I'll reach out to hotels and transport from airports to hotels, from hotels to tourist locations. So it's really looking holistically. How do we customize our businesses? How do we customize our services to be able to deliver resources and services to the other community partners like nonprofits and for profits? So we're addressing gaps and we're able to access funding that were not traditionally accessed in our for-profit entities.
Yeah, that's really smart. Exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, nonprofit is just a type of filing, right? Everybody is running a revenue and expense based budget. And so and I'll say a lot of historically white organizations have been really creative in accessing various kinds of investments for their ideas. And some of that is through the nonprofit world. So I do know of various businesses who have both. They have a nonprofit arm and they have a for profit arm. And they're able to access various resources legally based on both. Um, uh, the other thing I would say is business leaders can also think about themselves, like them as an asset to go and seek investments for. Like, so think about fellowships. Think about there are some foundations that do scholarships or direct investments. And that could end up, I mean, that would end up helping their businesses, right? So locally, for example, there is a fellowship called the Bush Foundation that invests $150,000 in individuals. And so those individuals can use that to gain certificates, to do trainings, to pay for retreats, to do the things that are needed to get their businesses off the ground. And so just because you're not a nonprofit does not mean you are automatically disqualified from finding a creative way to access grants.
Yes.
Grants is just one other type of investment. The other thing I want to highlight is program-related investments. They're called PRIs. And for example, an organization called the Venn Foundation, VENN, what they do is they give, so let's say, Selena, your transportation business has a social impact vision, even though you are a for-profit. A PRI would give you no interest and sometimes no repayment, or repayment once you hit like $2 million in revenue, for example. Investment to support your social impact driven business. And a lot of people don't know about program related investments and how valuable they could be. And really, sometimes it's, I mean, if you get a PRI for 200,000 and it says you don't have to repay until you make $2 million in revenue, by the time you're making $2 million in revenue, it's not going to be nothing to pay $200,000 back. You know what I mean? If it's able to get you that far. So that's another.
What is that? Is that a state thing or is that a federal?
I think it's private. It's private. It's not administered by the state or federal. It's private.
So what is it then?
It's a kind of, so you think about it, there's grants, there's program related investment. So it's a kind of investment, it's a kind of capital that flows from the philanthropic world. Yep. So that's another tip. Look into PRIs and what PRIs are available in your area.
Okay. Well, that's some great advice.
Oh, yes. And back to what you said, relationships, consistency, reliability. Like the reason why, first of all, let me just say Black-led change is genius, right? So there is nothing that Black folks have not done that has not shifted the world, period. And it is drastically underfunded and redlined. Anti-Blackness is real. When it comes to philanthropic funding, it is real.
When it comes to everything.
Right? And so it's not a lack of passion or hard work that is stopping the flow of resources to Black-led change. It is these systematic issues. But when we think about what we can do to set ourselves up for success, you'd be surprised at how many organizations I come across where all of their energy is going towards programming, and very rare, back to the brother that was talking earlier, in marketing or putting down the strategic vision on paper or ensuring the finances are in order or ensuring governance, right? Like you're practicing healthy board leadership governance.
Right.
So there are some things like, yes, programming is important, but maybe you don't need to spend 7 days on programming. Maybe you can dedicate 3 days out of those 7 on the back end of the work that you're doing, so that when an organization like ours is like, okay, we're ready to give you money, you are ready. Like you're ready because you've done that infrastructure work. So that's another thing. Work on the infrastructure, pour into the infrastructure the way you pour into people that are benefiting from the programs that you're running. Because we're so generous, and a lot of people are so generous, they are going to give their last minute to the people that they are serving, which is amazing. And a little bit of that has to be reserved to keep the foundation of the vision that you're holding up, so that you're able to pour into that vision and it's not going to be depleting to you or your family. Or really end the program eventually, because it's not sustainable.
Right. Has to be sustainable. But we're seeing, and I have seen a lot of Black-owned businesses not be sustainable, even after they've been funded in the millions of the dollars. Okay. I can name a few restaurants in the Twin Cities and so on, and so that's the next question I have for you. And it's going to be the last question because we got about 3 other people that are waiting. And we only have another hour left of the show, but we would like to have you maybe come back. But I do want to know, how are you ensuring that where you're given the money that these businesses are going to be sustainable? What kind of
Yeah.
what
So,
do you,
right, I'm trying to figure it out too.
what do you
And I say that because it's important that I approach this work and we approach this work with humility. We're not the first to do it, right? We're the first to institutionalize it in this way, but philanthropy has been going on within Black communities for as long as Black people have existed. So
Right.
I always honor the people that have come before, whose name may not be in lights. And there are just longstanding problems that we're all still trying to figure out. Our biggest approach is ecosystem building. So one is like, yes, we give funds, but also we gather people together in person through retreats, through conferences, through convenings, so that we're building communities, sharing resources, right? And really are part of an ecosystem that is made up of multiple, if I'm going to use like scientific terminology, like organisms that are living and adapting in relationship to each other, because the Black Collective Foundation is not a savior organization. We cannot own the ecosystem. We are also part of the ecosystem.
I want to know about sustainability. When you guys sit down as a board, what type of parameters are you using for, who's at risk of not being a sustainable business and who is?
Well, that's what I'm trying to communicate. We don't do that. What we do is we instead think about ensuring that we're providing ecosystem level gatherings, so people are coming together to do that work with each other. We don't do that work for the businesses. We provide resources so that businesses and organizations that are in relationship with us are doing that with each other. In these next round of investments next year, we think about, we're very intentional in requiring people to use the funds towards their finances, towards their marketing, towards their staffing, again, towards those non-program essential components of running a vision, so that they are more likely to be sustainable. So that's one example.
Okay. Well, that's what we focus on here.
Yes.
Okay. That business development piece is so important for sustainability. Everything from the packaging, which we've got one of our Bob members going to be coming up with his product that is taking a whole transformation. He's also our apprentice winner in Iowa. His product has taken a whole transformation in the last 9 months. His whole strategy, everything. Okay. And so that sustainability piece is so important to get in the minds. I guess my concern here is that, and I talked to Michael a lot about it, about all this money that, even though it could be a lot more, right, that is trickled down. Are we making the best sound investments of how the money is being trickled down? Because I have, just in the last 2 or 3 years, know of several businesses, and some that got millions of dollars and still don't really have it's not functioning properly.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying? So I think that is not a good look for anybody who's in this type of business. And my side is that I'm encouraging more funding and get done, even though we don't get it right. I'm encouraging more of this growing of these Black-owned businesses and blah blah blah. Right? This thing about decreasing the wealth gap. Right? But I think that if we have a lot of people who are wasting money, and then I think that's a bad look too. So we've got many examples to say about things that have happened that I think don't look very good.
Yeah.
But anyway, well, I want to thank you very much. The conversation was real. And I think that, I'd like to continue, maybe have you come back. We've got 3 more sessions, and hopefully we won't have so many technical problems. But I think for the gist of it, I think things went well. So
Thank you. And thank you for allowing me to join later than planned. And thank you for the leadership that you provide around supporting Black businesses and even running this platform, Michelle. We're so happy to be in partnership with you.
Thank you.
All right. Take care, everybody.
All right. Have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Happy Thanksgiving, by the way.
And you,
everybody. Okay. All right. So next we are going to have, I know, Jason, you've been waiting. So Jason, are you ready to go? And then we'll have Renisha. Renisha, if you could just hold on a little bit here. Or Jason, do you want to go now?
Right now.
Okay. All right. Jason, how are you?
Hello, Jason.
And listen, this is a real powerful platform. I do hope some people go back to listen to it, because I'm just sitting here learning. I was in a rush until I heard some of these conversations that made me stop and listen. We are the most underrated, and we don't have as many resources as others, but we do the best we can, and we got thick skin, so we're not going to stop at the end of the day. But this right here, Silk Scent, I take this serious. I'm out here night and day, 2 surgeries, and I still get out here and I represent this to the fullest. And so I appreciate having the time to be able to, showcase what I got to offer. But thank you, Michelle. I love you, and I'm ready. I'm Silk Scents. I've been doing the scent thing, highly concentrated air fresheners for your car, your house. I have real car colognes, like name brands, different Tom Ford scents, bitter peach, lost cherry, YSL scents, 1 million. I have over 68 different scents that if you spray it the right way in your car, it's gonna last from some days to a week to some weeks. It depends on how sensitive or how strong you like stuff. I have a new product too, which I definitely got to showcase. 1 second. This is
the diffuser.
Yeah, this is essential oil diffuser.
Oh, that looks nice.
Yeah. This right here, it runs for 2 hours, 4 hours, or 6 hours. You can stick this in your car and your cup holder. You can put it in your back pocket. You could take it anywhere around the house, because my scent is so strong, Till you got to put half water and half my scent so this don't get clogged up. But it's
okay. Now, how much is that?
This is $100, and it comes with 3 different scents.
Okay.
It comes with 3 different scents, like Jimmy Choo. You could pick any of the 1 ounce bottles for the scents that I have, or you can order it online. I deliver locally. I ship.
Those are nice, and you package everything nicely, right?
Oh, most.
So they make a great gift, because I noticed.
Most definitely. I like right now. I know it probably sounds like I'm talking fast, which I am, but I have to take my hat off to Selena. Selena, she a real one down here where I'm at, because I asked her a few questions that I needed help with, and she led me right to the source. And now I have booklets to present to businesses.
Nice.
Like this is a B2B, business to business partnership catalog. I know it's probably hard to see because of the light. And also, thanks to Selena, I have another booklet to present to companies to present the different scents I have. Like
nice.
It'll describe the description of Jamaican fruit, the story about Jamaican fruit.
Wow.
So I just been trying to climb the
Okay.
ladder and
So
taking my.
your presentation is coming, much better. Which this is something that we talked to you about. When I first met you, is about that whole marketing piece, the packaging down to your labeling to your whole presentation is that selling piece for businesses to grab a hold of. That makes you stand out versus somebody else. Now you stand out, okay? So they're gonna go with you.
Most
So
definitely.
okay. And also Dwight, who's going to be coming up, he does that same stuff,
I
with
noticed.
brochures and all of that whole marketing piece. So, but I'm glad that Selena got you hooked up. Like I said, us working together, that's what makes the difference. Because I love the different color schemes, because I remember when we first talked about colors, you were stuck on that blue and that green. And do you see the see, now you got to match up, everything, even, it's going to take time, but now you have, the color scheme that you're going with is more luxurious. It's got more class. Everything looks more professional versus, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I know you see the difference of the transformation, right?
I see the difference, but also I'm learning through this platform today that we have people, I don't know everything. I call you at some of the most oddest times, or we have conversations at some of the most oddest times in the morning, evening, noon, and night. You'll hear, I'm in construction also, so you'll hear jackhammers and all kind of crazy stuff, and you be willing to talk to me. But just today, I'm learning a lot of that. This BOB Rewards have a lot of resources. Dwight, I'm gonna definitely eventually, when I get a chance to connect with him, because I'd rather give my money to a brother, him, than to just give it to Vistaprint. So and time is all coming together, but I do this out of pocket. I'm out, I work my 10, 12-hour days, come home, right back out the door. I'm outside trying to make money to put back into it, to maintain life. But I feel like I'm gonna catch my break one day. But until then, I'm gonna keep fighting.
And
Selena, you
it
said
takes
to see
time.
me.
I mean, the thing is that, if anybody goes into business and you have a good solid plan, you got to realize it takes time. It's not going to, it doesn't happen overnight. Okay.
Yeah.
And then those businesses, which is part of this, something we were going to talk about again in one of the training modules, is that those businesses that often grow too fast are the ones that often fail the most, the fastest, because they didn't adapt to change, innovation. They didn't, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
They missed all them different steps that it takes for success.
Right.
And so anyway, I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
And I want you to share where people can find you. If you want to hold up a few of your bottles, and give your website and all of that. I know that you have a gift set that you are, for the holidays that we want to help you, help promote.
Absolutely.
So if you want to talk a little bit about that gift set and the different flavors that go in there, and then give some pricing,
Okay.
so people can gravitate to your offer.
Okay. Well, I could be reached at silkscents.llc.com. And that's silkscents LLC.com. I have a very colorful website, even with a commercial on that, thanks to Michelle. My price range is like this is a 1 ounce bottle. Just say a 1 ounce bottle of the car cologne Jimmy Choo. This is $10. Right now, I'm giving 15 bottles for 100 for the holidays. I got different gift boxes, like really big gift boxes. Depends on how much a person wants. But anytime a person can reach out to me, I always answer my phone. Anytime a person can reach out to me, this is all I have to work with. But if you call me, I'm gonna gladly talk to you. You're gonna get your product probably before you even know it. I can be reached at area code 319, number 826-7998. I don't know if you can see this, but this is a QR code. Oh no, nobody can see that.
No.
Yeah, nobody can see that. But I could be reached at area code 319, number 826-7998, which my number is also on the website. Feel free to reach out anytime. Michelle, I thank you for putting this foundation together to get things brewing. I'm pretty sure things going to eventually take off. It's a little rough right now, but the strong will survive. Selena, I appreciate you from the heart. I'm glad you within arm reach. The young lady that just spoke a little bit ago, she was great. I plan on reaching out to her one day. That's how great I liked her conversation. Dwight, I'm gonna definitely reach out to him. Everything take time, and I mean, we don't know what the future holds. We just know what we're trying to do. But if we had certain resources available to us, we will reach out. I do
Right.
a lot of this stuff out of pocket, and I'm gonna keep doing it out of pocket. But hopefully, one day I get.
Right. It's an investment, but the thing here too is that the whole purpose of us saying we're giving back to Black-owned businesses is that we have people that have talent and resources, even though they might not always be in dollars.
Right.
Sometimes it could be like, that website that you need built.
Right.
Okay, that would cost you $2,000-$3,000.
Right.
Maybe we can get that for a couple of $100, right?
You did that for me.
So we have to be able to share each other's talent, our expertise with one another. You may need somebody to do some packaging for you and some deliveries, and you might not have it, be able to make those deliveries. So who in town there in Cedar Rapids can help make those deliveries for you, or who can help you ship those, those items. So, there's all kinds of things that, you can do.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
I was going to chime in briefly and say, I can testify that Jason has one of the best products you can try in the market. I myself purchase products from him and sell in my store, as I am in the logistics and transportation business and industry. So you will not be disappointed.
Yes.
Do reach out to Jason and try Silk Sense.
Long lasting.
This shea butter, especially with the wintertime, this is for your face, hands, and feet. This is the hard shea butter, the scented shea butter. You can't go wrong with this. But feel free to check out the website at silksensellc.com. Michelle, thank you. Selena, thank you. Thank you to everybody that's taking out the time to tune in from 12 to 4. And thank you for your time. Silk Sense.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Absolutely.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
All right, everybody.
All right. Talk to you soon.
All right.
Okay. So next we are going to bring up, and we're going to have Renisha Gray come up and tell who she is. And we're going to let her have the screen to herself for a moment. She's been waiting in the backwoods. So
Hello. You got to excuse me. I am getting over a cold, but I am happy to be here. Thank you so much, Michelle, for allowing me to represent and tell about my organization and myself today. My name is Renisha. I am the founder and CEO of Sisters of Synergy. And what we do as Sisters of Synergy is we promote self-sufficiency while creating economic development in the community. And how I did this is I basically created an organization, which I call a Trinity, that has all three components so that I can tackle all of the things that I felt that were important for our community to be able to thrive and survive as one whole if we are getting back to the traditional African village model. So with that being said, is my face, did I disappear on you? Okay, I'm still there. I'm looking at a different screen, so I can't really see, sorry. So one of the things that we have in our Sister Synergy organization is we have the Sister Synergy LLC consultant, where I offer different consulting services to people that are in the community, and I do this by doing customized consultation services. So I work with when we doing I work with different business owners, and they bring on and they kind of tell me like what they need help with, and I can help them with their business. So for instance, a couple of years ago, I do a lot of stuff in home care because I specialize in home care. I have over 20 years working in the home care industry. So it was a business that I went into. There was a home care agency where we did something that was called a takeover. So they go in and they tell us what's wrong with their business. We sit down and we come up with a plan to help them so they can improve their business and get their business to grow. So that's how we can do the customized consultation. I also have a co-op model that is with the Sisters of Synergy. And with the co-op model, what I do is I work specifically with women business owners who I revamped this model a little bit last year. So I'm going to be mixing a little bit of the new stuff with the old stuff. But hey, it's going to be a new work in progress in 2025. I've been doing this for many years, and I can't tell you that you do have to make changes when you are growing in your business. So one of the things that we are making with the co-op model that has changed in 2025 is we only accept 10 women, business women for the co-op. They pay a membership fee every month, and then they get a list of services that we provide them with. And one of the things that they do, they have to give back. So what that means is that we all work with one another. So say for instance, if one of the women was doing a daycare and the other one had like a hair salon, they will utilize each other's services first before they step out. Because as I stated, the whole point is to grow our economy, I'm sorry, our community. My code is kicking in, y'all. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. To grow our community so we can build. And my thing is the only way that you can do that is you got to keep the money in the community so that you can build. So that is how our co-op model works. And then what I do is I put on what are called they're called business showers. We do annual business showers for these different businesses, and that's how we help them do their marketing. And then we also have a housing component that was just added on about a year and a half ago. So we can also do housing stabilization services now, where we're able to help individuals who are 18 plus who have a disability, and we can place them, help them find housing and maintain their housing. I guess I would also like to announce with that I just actually got a huge grant through Hennepin County. So I'm very excited about that. I heard you guys talk a lot about grants and funding. I wanted to chime in so much about that, and I'm not going to talk too much about it, but I am happy that we are going to be able to do more with our housing. And if I go back, I'm just going to keep saying the whole biggest part of us is you're going to keep hearing me talk about cooperative and collaboration. A lot of things that we do with Sister Synergy is all about collaboration, holistic collaboration. So even with this housing model that I'm talking about, I'm happy that we're going to be working with not slumlords, but good lords that are going to be in the community so that we can place our brothers and sisters in some sustainable housing. Get away. The other thing that I do is I do financial education in the community. So we host various workshops where we teach people about how they can maintain their wealth for now and generations to come. Because one of the things that people are not doing is they're not properly educating people in the community. I won't get into too much about this, but one thing I will say is life insurance right now is the biggest thing for me right now. So we need to be teaching people more about that and about investments and those type of things. And then what am I missing on here? Last but not least, I also do youth development programs where I work with I also have a nonprofit. So with our nonprofit, we work with different organizations where we collaborate and do youth development programs. I have a youth entrepreneurship curriculum where we go and we teach that curriculum to the youth. And then it's kind of like a Shark Tank where we take one of the youth and then we help them start their own business based on the selection when we're done with the workshop. I'm trying to think. I've been doing this. I know you're probably like, how long? I've been doing this for like so many. I started this plan when I was going to school, like in 2015. I just laid out and said I wanted to start Sisters of Synergy, just laid out a blueprint. And for me personally, I just knew that if you had a one-stop shop that was offering holistic, the traditional African village way of doing things, that we can succeed and get our community to grow. I would say that I've had many challenges over the years. I'm not going to say it was a walk in the park. It's been very hard. I'll say that. Hence why I had to revamp and literally walked away from a huge contract about a year and a half ago. Because for me, it's not just about the money. It's about making sure that we can do what we need to do so our community can thrive. So yes, I'm hearing what you're saying about, yeah, you probably don't want to take all these foundations money. I'm summing up everything, Michelle. That's not exactly what you said, but I understand the purpose of what you were saying. Like,
Well,
you got to get the foundation's money and they got to tell you what to do. That is true because they come in and they're going to try to tell me how to run my organization. No, I'm
right.
promoting self-sufficiency while creating
Okay.
economic development, and you're not going to change that, and you're not going to change my mission. And I'm standing on that.
That's the sticky thing is that, you can get all the money. The thing is that do you even want to do a lot that they're asking you to do and all the hoops you got to jump through? The thing is, too, when the money's gone, now you got to think about, okay, how am I going to pay so-and-so that I've hired, or, all of that. So, you do have to have a really good plan with your business. Now, how we started, because we were LLC until 2020, until after George Floyd, okay? And we have services that we, can have as revenue for the organization if we got not $1 from any type of grant or whatever. When we get the money that we're getting back, the money that we're getting is money mostly for sponsorship dollars for the events that we do. Okay. When it comes to the nonprofit, but also being a 501c3, we do have, access to this whole philanthropic community, which our services are pretty much, our membership's $25 a year, pretty much free. It's free service that we provide, which, business services are not cheap. But definitely we could all use the money. I think the key here is don't let it change your mission. Don't your focus, because I've seen a lot of businesses get off their mission when they get the money too. And we see our legacy organization, who Cynthia Wilson is supposed to be joining us in our, this last segment. Our legacy organization, you know what I'm saying?
No, I follow it. Yeah.
Mission. And that was one thing we wanted to talk about as well. Can you chime in on your thoughts?
I definitely can chime in on that one. So going back to, as I stated, we have it's interesting because I started Sister Synergy as a nonprofit, and what happened is I ended up taking I think it was called a cooperative class the Hennepin County Health. But what ended up happening is that we got a bunch of co-op members. Like you got all my women co-op members. We're all going to get together. Yay, we're all riding for Sisters of Synergy mission. No, what happened is you think you had everybody that had one like-minded, but everybody had their own minds, which I don't have a problem with that. Everybody has their own vision that God has led them to do. However, we can't lose focus of when you're coming into, for instance, you came into, I'm sorry to say it like this, but you came into Sister Synergy saying that you wanted to do something to help with my mission. So I don't want you to deter from where I'm trying to go, because you're just going to keep me roaming around in the wilderness of America. That's not what I'm trying to do. Hence why I had to stop and re-bring everything back and be like, how can we stay focused on what my co-op mission was? Hence why we're only taking 10 members. Because before I was taking everybody. Yay, everybody wants to start a business. Everybody can come on. It doesn't work like that. Sometimes it's okay to just start small and then you can just grow from there. And I had to learn that. I really did, because I want to help everybody, but I can't. Not if they're not on the same page. I just want to say this last piece. The other important thing for me too is the knowing of who you are and why you were trying to do this. A lot of people just say that I just want to start a business, but they're looking at just the money aspect of it. And that doesn't rock well with me, because I'm doing this from passion, from my heart. I know that we need money to get a business to grow. Hence why Michelle said that we have our LLCs to make my business to make money. Yeah, I may not make money off of the nonprofit, but I know I got the LLC coming in. But it's more so about the passion of it coming from my heart. So making sure that you have those like-minded individuals that can stay with you, but understanding why they are like that. Me, myself personally, I'm sorry to brag, to know who I am. And because I know who I am, you can't lead me astray. So.
Right. And then also too, a lot of people can't think that, just because you start a business, this is a problem too. This is why we have no sustainability, because, people just dive right in it. They don't have a good plan. And then, they think that they're going to make a whole lot of money their first year, their first couple of years. It doesn't work. That's, most businesses do not start like that, and they don't begin to thrive like that. And so, it takes a lot of grace when you start a business and learning the ins and outs. The best thing you can do, though, first thing you do need to focus on, which I know Dwight is in the background. We're going to talk a little bit about that, Dwight, again, about that marketing piece, that piece. If you're doing a nonprofit, you have to have that collaboration piece, strong. I am happy that you did get the grant. So you got it for homelessness and advocacy with getting people into housing with landlords. Is that what it sounds like?
We'll be able to provide rent subsidies for people for housing. So I'll be able to provide rent subsidies.
Okay. Rent subsidies. Okay. So how can people, get a rent subsidy? Why don't you tell people how to get it?
They would just need to you can go visit if you go to my website, the www.sistersofsynergy.com, you can find out all about our housing stabilization program there. There's a referral form right there on the website. You just click it and we'll have somebody get back to you. I'm also going to shout this out because since we're doing shout outs, I also do Toys for Tots every year. I just want to throw that out there for people too. If you go to our www.sistersofsynergy.org site, you can register for Toys for Tots. So.
Okay, wonderful. And then that's going to be, where are you going to do the Toys for Tots at? Where is that going to be at?
Toys for Tots will be held in South Minneapolis, in the George Floyd area this year.
Okay.
So it'll be right off of 38th in Chicago. We don't have the exact date yet because that's just how it is. But it will probably be the second week of December. So.
All right, we'll get a flyer. And whoever's watching, you guys make sure that you subscribe to our channel here and also to our website. You can go to bobrewards.club and get on our email list, and then we can send that shout out. So when we get new information, how can people reach you and contact you? Like telephone number there for the.
Yep, I'm gonna give you. I'm like, my admin would kill me if I gave you another phone number. All right. Oh, I'm just joking. She's like, stop giving your cell phone number. I'll give them the office number. So the office number is 612-445-8911. And you can always, like I'm saying, if you go to the website, you can definitely reach me there. When you're on the website, it does have my calendar link. So you can definitely schedule an appointment with me whenever you want. And then you can always reach me via email at renisha@sistersofsynergy.com. I look forward to doing more stuff with Bob Rewards, and thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you so much. Yes. All right. So we're going to bring up next, we have Cynthia Wilson that's in the group. I want to, Cynthia, are you there?
I'm there.
Are you not going to join us with a camera?
I'm sorry, I'm not, because I'm driving. I had to do an emergency real quick where I had to go pick somebody up. And so I text you to let you know that because I can't drive and watch.
Okay. Selena, can I get you to drop down? And Marcus Mills, can I get you to come up? We're going to have a discussion here with Cynthia Wilson. Dimitri was having a hard time. I wanted you to meet him. He is with the Charities Review Council. And, Cynthia, I love talking to Cynthia. We have discussions all the time about accountability, in the community, things that, we wish could happen, that sort of thing. And so I kind of want to have a discussion about Black legacy organizations. And do you feel that they have failed the Black community, thinking about all the billions of dollars that they have received being philanthropic organizations over the years? So that's the question. So, Cynthia, you go ahead and go first.
Yes,
Rocky,
this is actually a personal question, because it would depend on how somebody has viewed being, helped or provided resources. And so I would definitely say I believe that they being the Urban League too, because I remember when I was growing up, the Urban League is the one who got me my first job, my youth employment. And then even, fast forwarding it up to today, you know, it was the NAACP here who helped me when I was having problems with my job. And also, um, when I realized the impact that the name alone had and how it impacted the support at the board of my employers, I said, you know what? Because I wasn't a member. I knew about the NAACP. I wasn't active. I'm just being honest.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started getting active. I said, well, I'm gonna join the NAACP. They showing up for me. They're supporting me. And it was during the time of Nikemi Levy Pounds. Well, Armstrong now, but she was there and she was going to these meetings and she was, supporting what was going on at that time. Was a lot of bullying and racism and discrimination, and at the park board,
Mm-hmm.
the Minneapolis Park Board, and I had gone to other quote unquote community organizers or activists, and none of them did anything. Right. So, in the back of my mind, I was like, okay, somebody's getting paid off, that they're not really willing to help fight and support what's happening. Because it wasn't just me; it was several, black and brown folks with the organization. And so finally, when I got that support from Nakima, I just said, you know what? I want to pay it forward. So I became a member. I learned more about the NAACP. And within time, I became like the Labor and Economics Committee chair. And then from there, I went to being a treasurer. And then from the treasurer to vice president, not wanting to do any of these positions really, other than just wanted to support and pay back for what was afforded to me and how somebody was supporting me. And support can look different to everybody, right? But the
Mm-hmm.
support that I received was the fact that she showed up at meetings and she stated the facts, the facts that I showed her and told her. And so she showed those things. And, from that, we had a movement to the point where the superintendent resigned. So I would say, being the president now, and obviously we've had several presidents within the last 8 years for the Minneapolis branch, and everybody uses the platform however they see fit. But what I've learned in just doing this work, because again, we're all volunteers, nobody's getting paid here, um, is that either you do this work because you have the passion and the love for the community, or you're crazy. Because when you're volunteering your time and you're still getting hit over the head about what you're doing and what you're not doing, it's almost laughable. Because if somebody is out there saying what the NAACP is not doing, and this is from a voluntary point of view, because our main branch is in Baltimore, and the national branch is where all the dollars are. That's where all the money is. That's where
Right.
so anybody on a local level is basically either trying to get some grants. And we were told years ago that you couldn't get grants from the county, the city, or the state. And I think some of that has changed now because you're able to, write your own bylaws. And so that being said, like I said, it comes from a different uh a,
So
diff, a different place.
So when we hear all of this stuff, especially with, our young generation, generations, in social media talk a lot of, bad things about these Black legacy or the Urban League, we even put L Sharpton's organization in there now, NAN, and they really haven't made the change. You're saying that the dollars are really going to the headquarters, and it's not, none of these local chapters of the NAACP are getting any money. Is that for every city, in America? Is that just for the Minneapolis branch?
That's the Minneapolis branch. Because I don't know what other people are doing, um, at their at their local sites.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So because I don't know what they're doing, I can't speak on their behalf because some people have figured it out and said, "Oh shoot, I know how to get this money, so I'm gonna go and get me some money." And I know of a particular place right now
Ooh, can't hear you. You're borging.
that give him continuous grant dollars every year. So it pays his salary of 100 and something thousand, plus he has like about 3 other staff that he pays. So it works out depending on where you are and who you're with, and in the
Okay.
different contexts that you've made.
Okay. Okay.
Are
So
you
where do
there?
you see? I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I know that the Minneapolis NAACP has underwent some challenges throughout, the last few decades. Okay. And so you're trying to grow that back. When I think of the billions of dollars, though, that on the headquarter level, right, in Baltimore, you know, give your opinion. Where do you think, what should have had happened, and what should have be right now? What should it be right now? You know what I'm saying? In terms of them focusing more, especially in this area of Black business development. Can you hear me? Marcus, give me your opinion on that. I don't know if we lost her.
So where do we think that money should have gone in terms of Black business development? So here's my take on it. The best designs are to bring potent sources of outside money into business and nonprofit support systems in the Black community, and ensure that that money is not just being used to support, but to ensure both stability. We were talking about sustainability.
Right.
So we need to be making smart investments and making sure that the folks that we're supporting can make it, and thus
Right.
can begin to thrive and come back to support community even further. But also that we're making sure that the folks that are getting this money have that cooperative intent, because the best process, the best capability is when strong, persistent organizations are supporting each other, making sure that the entire community is getting benefit. So you've got businesses that are benefiting the community, owned by community members, and then serving community and giving back into community. I try to live my own values. So I am a Bob Rewards member. I believe in working together with folks. I have used Bob Rewards members as to help my business. Just to give you a quick example, this is some of
Nice.
Dwight's work. These are my dream come true in terms. I know the light isn't great, but these are my dream come
Well,
true in terms of marketing capabilities, in terms of what Dwight has been able to do for me. It's gorgeous work, and I try to give back to Bob Rewards as just one example as I go through. And these are some of the systemic capabilities that we need to be making sure happen. So, I've recommended Dwight and some other folks on Bob Rewards to Black Visions so that we can work together, because obviously Dwight does amazing work. Bob
yeah.
Rewards is an organization that is connecting up the Black community. If that's where the outside money was coming in, if the outside money was coming into these organizations where we know that the synergies are happening, the connectivity is happening, the interconnected communication and working together was thriving, this would all be better, and we would be able to
Yes.
do a great deal more. Thanks.
Right. Yeah, but we were talking about, one is that, Cynthia, how do we influence the NAACP to work more on the level on things that are going to bring us success, in the long run, like this generational wealth. We know that part of that generational wealth, one thing, the easiest part of that is for us to buy homes, okay, and to start businesses. That's probably the easiest thing that we can do, other than having these big dollars to invest in the stocks and, all this other stuff, right? Which we don't have access to.
Yeah, but at a national level, they're doing that. And so the local levels are branches of the national. So, I mean, I can't really say, what every local branch is doing, but we're supposed to be following the national. Okay. So I know that the national believes in that generational wealth and providing. I mean, the national does a whole, I can't even get into all of what they do. But if
I
you're
don't
asking,
see it. I don't see it. I mean, what? I don't know. Do I feel, Malcolm, am I like alone? But I mean, I don't know. Explain to me. Why wouldn't they trickle down some of them millions to you to help out in that area? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
right.
Let me just say this. They have provided some dollars to us. I'm not saying there were millions, but they have provided dollars for us, which is why we have a sustainable amount of cash flow right now. I mean, they provided something to us, especially during the George Floyd situation. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm not going to say they gave us a whole lot of money, but they gave us something to kind of sustain us so that we have a flow of cash, that if there's some things that we need to do, we're able to do it. And if we were to call national right now and say, hey, there's a situation here in Minneapolis, we're going to need $10,000, $30,000, $50,000 because this is what they're doing. Blah. They would send out somebody to come and check it out and then move forward with next steps.
Okay. Okay.
So if somebody's asking me, I have to be very honest and say my experience is a little different with what's happening and what's going on, because I have found them to be very supportive of their local branches and involved in the local branches, because technically speaking, the national really thrives off of the local. And in addition to that, we're talking about the Urban League too. The Urban League, especially right now, they're in financial straits. I mean, that's not a secret, that's factual. Right. So and sometimes you can have different leadership that comes and goes, and if the leadership, depending on when you step in or take over, somebody could have been in there about the dollars, and then all the money is gone. And so now you got to come in and you're trying to redevelop or recreate what was, and you got yourself a problem. Right. And so right now, that's what we're seeing. So yeah, we need money with NAACP and the Urban League. And so when I say we're volunteers actually doing this work, I believe the executive director at the Urban League is getting paid, because that's her job. But in terms of the NAACP, none of us get paid.
Well, where did didn't they get $500 million, the NAACP, or is that the Urban League from Wells Fargo?
That must be the Urban League. We didn't get no money.
The NAACP.
If we get whatever we have is public records, you know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
I thought I heard something.
I think the last report we had $128,000 in our account. So we're not ashamed to say what we have, and most of that is from philanthropy.
No, I'm talking about on the national level.
Oh, national get all kind of big money, but you got to keep in mind. You got to keep in mind though, what people don't understand is that they have an actual staff. So they're running an organization. So they have like at least 30 employees.
So my question is, and as we talked a little bit about that, is what percentage of the administrative cost is going towards, the work that is being done, the cause? Do you know anything? Any like averages of statistics that is it say 20, 50, 60%? I mean, what's measurable?
I don't.
Maybe that's what the problem is what I'm saying.
But it's online because all of their stuff is public knowledge.
Well, see, I guess, when we talk about philanthropy too, and the point I want to make out here is that, and Marcus, you might chime in on this, but historically, philanthropy was originally at its truest form of really not having all these operational costs with it. You know what I mean? More money went for the cause, like if you're feeding the hungry or whatever. I guess I think that it has just totally changed, and I think that's part of the issue, especially with our Black legacy organizations, is that they have, and even with our government, big government, we not away from the cause and the reason, even with this homeless thing, you're giving, we're here now that more money is being wasted, that has been given, for the administrative costs of serving the homeless versus just maybe building some buildings and putting these people in some homes or doing something. So, maybe this is not the discussion to have with you, Cynthia, about some of these issues that we find with the legacy, the Black legacy organizations. I just hope that maybe you can be an instrument of change, and maybe, and I think that's all it needs, is that somebody first take the first steps to try to change some of that. I don't know. How do you feel, Marcus?
So one of the biggest difficulties with philanthropy in its current mode is that much of the political sphere has been built around the idea that, well, government only handles the things that we can't hand over to philanthropy. And then the philanthropic arms have all been derived around the idea of, well, if I'm giving, I get to control. People only, the organizations only get money if I like what they're doing and they continue to do what I like them to do. And that has become the mantra of philanthropy in the recent years. If it remained, it used to be that philanthropy was the duty of the wealthy to maintain society. They used to own newspapers and would stay out of the news. They used to give to organizations and would simply let the organizations do what they do. It was people weren't being truly altruistic, but they were giving back because they wanted people to think of them well. That is not the mindset in philanthropy anymore, almost any level. It's all about what I can both look good doing and what the wealthy or the philanthropic organization, or the foundation can, to a degree, control getting more action on, instead of helping organizations that are just doing the process. It's a difference between more directed or tyrannical giving and what I like to refer to as politeia, the idea of making your decisions based on the well-being of everyone or the well-being of others.
Right.
So that's the difference.
Yeah, it's a lot of greed, and also, I don't know, you've heard of philanthrocapitalism. So you've got your Bill Gates and some others who hide behind this whole thing about charitable giving, right? And really, they're making more money. I mean, Bill Gates is making more money ever before just owning Microsoft now, today. Right? Yeah. So, and a lot of that is from this whole thing about philanthrocapitalism. So, I think this whole thing about philanthropy is so interesting. That's how come, I dived into it. And unfortunately, we were not able to show the screens. But we do plan on coming back in February, having another one of these, and then 2 more of these. Cynthia, I want you to share how people can reach you if they, get a membership. Are you still there? And then if you got any contact information.
Yep, I'm still here. I do want to make a quick comment on what the brother just said in terms of philanthropy, and he's absolutely right. I mean, if you think about Wall Street, and even just go way back to slavery, everything we had, if that makes sense. So whatever we needed, we made sure somebody else had. So if I had some green beans, you had green beans.
Right.
If I had some chicken, you had chicken. We took care of each other. So naturally, when finances were an issue or a concern, I'm sorry, I'm multitasking now. We made sure everybody had what they need.
Right.
That's what made Wall Street, and that's what made Black folks thrive and survive. But we've gotten away from that now because what society says is, hey, you got it. And so now you up there living like the Joneses. And so in order to stay like the Joneses, you got to keep your money to yourself and take care of me, my 4, no more.
And that's that's the problem.
No, you're absolutely right. It is the problem, but that's where people are at, and that's what people are doing.
And so how do we get back to, what is it going to take?
Got to change some mindsets. Kind of what you and I were talking about earlier. You got to change the way people think and their whole ideology. Because just like I said, I don't think anything's wrong with wanting to have better and do better in your life and wanting better for your children. I think that's great. But at the end of the day, I mean, you got to say, hey, like, what does this really look like in terms of, I got a little money, and now I've decided I believe everybody should live anywhere they want to. But I don't think that now that I got a little bit of money, or I've made it, I'm quote unquote successful. Now I'm going to move out to Eden Prairie because now that establishes me as Black and up and coming. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
I believe that you can still be Black and up and coming and still build your community and help.
Yes.
And it don't have to be in a major way. It could be something as small as, we're going to give out $500 scholarships to seniors who are coming out of high school who blah, blah, blah. So that's some of the things that we're doing as a local branch. We're trying to give out little small scholarships to our Black students coming out of high school.
Well, and not only that, they can give their service. I mean, there's no excuse why there's, our neighborhoods sometimes get into decay and disarray with trash sometimes, or, we can go fix up some of the elders, paint, the houses. There's a lot that we can do in the community to keep the community intact. And that's what I'm saying. Even like that Black-owned business that's struggling, let's work together. Let's share some of the resources so that Black-owned can, to alleviate the stress that comes along with running a business too. There's a lot of things. Just so, but I still haven't seen a full turnaround on behavior. And I think the only way we can get the change of the behavior is by seriously running this whole campaign. And we need more money and dollars going towards marketing, like things like this, to promote how we see with our visions and stuff like that, So anyway, I appreciate you being here, and we're getting ready to wind down. We got 10 more minutes left. I would like for you to share how people can get in touch with you, Cynthia. And we've got one more person that we need to bring up, and then we're going to say goodbye. But,
okay, so anybody who's interested in helping, becoming a volunteer, they can actually go to our website and sign up for membership and become a member. And that's at NAACPMPLS.com. And for folks who are trying to reach me specifically, you can reach me at president@MPLSNAACP.
Got it. All right. Well, thank you so much, and happy holidays to you and your family. And I'll be talking with you shortly.
All right. Thank you. And thank you for the work that you do. Keep up the good work, because it's things like this that actually help provide information to people about what is and what is not being done.
And it's the purpose. Yeah, exactly. It does. And, videos last forever. So, even though someone might not be in this audience today, they may look at it tomorrow. You understand? And so that's the benefit of, even doing these virtual conferences. But we do have a couple of more Black-owned businesses that we're going to try to squeeze in here. We're going to talk to Dwight, let him finish up. And then I'm going to see if we can get a hold of Jarmel with Make It Home app. And then we're going to close out. But I want to thank Marcus. Thank you also, my brother, for just being here, understanding. It's just been an amazing, just getting to know your organization, just seeing the work that you guys are doing. So, okay.
Likewise.
All right. So right now, if we could just play more of what Michael Chaney does with Project Sweetie Pie, Darryl, real quick, while we get Dwight to come up, I would appreciate that. Can you hear me? Okay. So let's go ahead and bring Dwight up, and we're going to get ready to close this out. I want Dwight to finish his presentation. I'm going to drop down, and then I don't know if Selena and Marcus, if you guys want to ask some questions to Dwight, but thank you, Dwight. I do want you to focus on the importance, again, of marketing, how many dollars should go towards marketing, for organization and that sort of thing. Because I think people can think that they can wing it, even when it comes to the graphic artwork and everything, right? So,
yeah. So, as I spoke about, and first of all, hello, Marcus. Thank you for that really great compliment earlier. And it has been wonderful working with you and your organization. It is great. As I said before, earlier, marketing is very important. It's so important that it's one of the top 3 reasons why businesses fail within the first 3 to 5 years. Like, it's huge. It's one of the death blows. So it's always interchangeable with finance and lack of research, market research, and marketing is a very close third. So I'm going to give you a little bit of story about my why. See, every time I have an opportunity to work with tons of businesses, 90% of my businesses are Black-owned businesses, small, medium, and large. And everyone has a different why. I work with folks that, as they say, got it out of the mud. I work with folks that went to business college and got their business degree and understand business on a corporate level. But everyone's why is different. And I look at the why. And so I'm going to give you a small story. When I was a kid, around 8 or 9 years old, neighborhood ladies, I guess, would have these like back porch candy stores where you could go get a bag full of penny candy and all of this type of stuff. And these 2 ladies sold what we call ice cups, which is pretty much like frozen Kool-Aid. It's like a Dixie cup. Both of them sold the exact same flavors for the exact same price. One lady only sold the ice cups. The other lady sold ice cups and candy. And so I was a popular kid, and I used to visit both of the ladies during the summertime. I used to take my cousins and my friends. Every time I get company, we would go to one of the candy ladies' houses. The candy lady was more popular than the guy on the corner who owned the corner store because he closed on certain days, closed early, all of that stuff. So these other 2 neighborhood ladies kind of had it more popularity. But he didn't sell icy cups, but he sold freeze pops. This in the freezer. Those freeze pops was the same price as the 2 icy cups. Everything was 15 cents. The ice cups were 15 cents and the freeze pop was 15 cents at the corner store. So I never forget, one time I'm at one of the ladies' houses and another kid say, the other lady got the same icy cups that you have. And I blurted out to this lady, I said, make your cups different, get red cups. And she started getting red cups. And so her icy cups became popular around the neighborhood because kids was like, I'm about to go get me an icy cup. And so kids started to say, we're going to get a red cup. That became part of the neighborhood. You're going to get a red cup. So one time I'm visiting the other lady that does not have the red cup. And she starts talking about, do you know that lady got red cups? Y'all, you ever bought one of those red cups? It's like she's taking business. I see red cups all over the neighborhood. I said, nah, yeah, I have bought the red cups. I said, but you sell candy. How about every time somebody buy $1 worth of candy, you give them a free icy cup? It's worth 15 cents. She said, you know what? I'll do that. So the lady the lady with the red cups, she sold more 15-cent icy cups and then this lady, she sold more $1 bags of candy because you get 25 cents worth of cookies, 25 cents worth of penny candy. Like, this is a huge bag and get a free icy cup. So it's essentially 15% off of $1 purchase. So I did this just natural, running off at the mouth, being a kid. So one day, I go to the corner store and I got this note. My mother wrote all of this stuff and I give it to the guy. And he's preparing the stuff, putting it in the bag, and I give him the money. And he says, is you the kid that told that lady to get the red cups? I said, yeah. He said, So you the one branded those cups. And I didn't know what he meant. I just remember what he said. I said, I branded those cups. And then when he said that, I said, yeah, I told the other lady to give a free icy cup, because now I'm showing out because he heard about it. So the other lady, a free icy cup with her dollar purchase of candy. She said, so you gave her a sale? You told her to put her candy on sale? And he kind of joked. He said, I should come get you because it was impeding on his business, you know. So now, story is almost over. So maybe the next summer or the next summer, I'm a couple of years older, and I'm probably 11 or 12. So Les Brown, this motivational speaker dude, comes to my elementary school. Not sure if you ever heard of Les Brown. And so Les Brown says this. I never forget, he had this very white beard. He's like, first thing he says is, first thing he asked the classroom, what do you want to be? What do you want to be? And back then, and most popular answers were, I want to be a teacher, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lawyer. He said, oh, that's great, all of that is great. But I'm going to tell you the best job in the world to have. The best job in the world to have is a job where it don't feel like work. So I just kind of set that to the side. So I set the experience with the red cup, the dollar plus a free cup, the old man at the corner store, and Les Brown. That stuff was just stuff came into my brain between 8 and 12 years old. I set it to the side. I got into the music business, and ultimately I got into the marketing business. And when I got a formal education in marketing, and I was looking at my self story and why I do this, I looked back and I remember writing a CV for myself, and I was starting a CV in around 1999. And I thought about it. No, this goes back to 1985. It was in me the whole time. I saw the way this thing operates. So my why was my experience. I never forget helping the neighborhood ladies stay in business. And I never forget how natural it was for me to come up with these concepts to add to their business. And when I got older, there was no mistake that I officially began to work in marketing. That part, what I just mentioned, is very important, is because I've probably given away more strategies than I was paid for because I was passionate about it, because I like talking shop. I like talking shop so much that Dr. Markenstein had literally become a nickname of mine. And folks just started hitting me up for advice about marketing, all sorts of marketing. Me being a businessman, I knew how to monetize that early on. So I turned a natural phenomenon into a business. And to this day, I still don't feel like as if I'm working. I do not feel like I'm doing a lick of work at all. So with that being said, sustainability was a word that was used a little bit earlier. Part of sustainability in any business is the reason why you do it. If you do it because you're looking at the bottom line before having a passion, that could be a mistake. Okay? It's why you do it. And secondly, for sustainability, and this is marketing as well, when you are building a business, you have to do what's called market research to find out what hole or void could your business or service fill. What remedy do your services and products have for folks that's in the world? Is there a need for your remedy in the world from your products and services? And then knowing how to reach those folks, communicate with those folks, and turn the brain space that you accumulate from those folks into a transaction. And during that process, you're building trust and credibility. So one of the mistakes that I see in going into marketing when I deal with a lot of customers is because they want a second way to make money, or they find a white label opportunity. Okay, and that is fine if you can immerse yourself into the products that is offered that way. However, in marketing yourself, you have to know what your unique value proposition is. Like my unique value proposition is I'm what you call a fractional marketing officer. There's folks around town that can print the same thing that I print. I don't have a $1 trillion printer. I may have industry grade printer. I'm probably print the same as everyone else. I do industry professional grade graphics, but I'm sure you could find a firm here in town that can offer you the same thing. And as far as a lot of stationery and stuff, you probably could hop on Vistaprint. But here, what's the difference here? This is where print design and brand health and brand wellness gets a personal touch. That's why I'm the doctor, the marketing doctor. Okay? So I'm sort of like Dr. Dre. If you ever remember that lyric, he said, when your album's not, I'm the guy to come see when your album's not doing too good. I'm the person to come see when your brand is not doing too good. Okay? So philanthropy in marketing. So I want to address the topic. This is probably a different angle from some of the conversations that I've heard, but philanthropy in marketing is huge strategy. However, that's depending on what your mission and stance is. What do you represent and what do your brand or services, what do your company believe in? Okay. What do your company believe in? So I'll give you an example. When you walk into a gas station, you may see at this point, probably 15 bottles of water. You have a choice between 15 bottles of water. Out of all the 15 bottles of water, they're all pretty much priced the same, but there's one bottle of water that's priced 50 cents more than all the other bottles. But however, on the front of it, it says, the purchase of this bottle of water, 15% goes to environmental security. We give 15% to somebody that's helped cleaning up Earth, right? And if that resonates with you, if that philanthropic connection between that water bottle company helping the Earth, or however they would do it, if that resonates with you, you just might spend 50 cents more because of the messaging. You just might, because now you're understanding that this bottled water company stands for something that you do. It resonates with you in a whole different way. Okay, so that's a huge part of marketing as well. And when I was listening to the conversations, I know that a lot of folks don't realize how philanthropy is a big part of marketing and branding itself. And so, and branding, I also want to kind of just give an overview of what branding is opposed to marketing. Branding is recognizing those red cups. When you see it, that must be the house over on this block because those are the red cups. That's branding. You could be identified by signs and symbols. What's marketing? You could be identified by any of the marketing mix, whether it's location, price, those type of things. Whereas, but all in all, marketing is how your reputation precedes itself. How your reputation precedes itself. And that's how your branding is as well. Ask a huge company that I have the fortune of having one of my clients today. So this is not saying anything bad about them because I watched them try to work their way through this. So a huge corporation. Right now we use the word Xfinity. Months before they was called Comcast. They still use the Comcast brand, but it's called Comcast. Comcast was plagued with customer service issues, and it was no secret. Like it was Saturday Night Live worthy comedy about how plagued they were. So this had became part of their branding, and it made their business suffer. They had this most superior infrastructure in the company, but word of mouth about how bad their customer service were became part of their branding. So much so that they had to rebrand and come out with a new brand for these same products called Xfinity. So branding is very important, and this is why. Folks think when they sit down and define what their company stands for, or come up with a logo, or come up with an image, or come up with a color palette, that they're telling folks what their brand is. No, that's what you want folks to interpret as your brand. Your brand is what each individual that ingests your elements is what they think about it. So you can have 1 million brands. 300,000 people could think that you're great. 1 million people could think that you're awful. And it's all about how they experience your brand. And so branding is very crucial. It needs to be clear and precise. It needs to be clear and precise because that concept comes from the old cattle days, where you might have 4 or 5 ranchers in the same area. And so sometimes cows get loose. And so these guys used to take the iron brands and put them on the livestock. And so if I put a Dr. M, they say, my cow get away. One of the guys in town say, hey, there's Dwight's cow. And if Marcus put MM, I could say, hey, there's Marcus's cow, and so on and so forth. That's literally so you can be recognizable by a symbol. But there's no cow, there's no symbol on a cow, and it walks past one of these ranchers. Guess what it means for the rancher? I have an additional cow. I have an additional cow. So even if one of the cows walk past and it's from a ranch that no one ever seen, and we've never seen those initials, we would still know that that's a branded cow. It's just like when you go into Nordstrom's or a store and you say, hey, I never heard of this brand, but obviously I know that it's branded. So having a strong brand identity, that helps create your message and your voice. Converting that voice and that message into a system where you know how to pinpoint the folks that where you want to cure how to study their pains, their desires, their fears, their objectives, and their goals. And you convert that into knowing how to seek out the folks that need the things that you can remedy or are a cure for. And you start a conversation with them. And you keep them on top of mind until they're ready to pull the trigger. It's sort of like one of the best marketing campaigns I've ever heard in my life, and I still remember it pretty much, is the sniffling, sneezy, coughing so that you can sleep medicine. When I was a kid, I used to hear that commercial, right? Before I can actually read the package, I knew how that medicine could help me because they flat out told you what they do. You don't even have to know how to read, or you don't have to look at the television, but they're telling you what they do. They're showing you what they remedy. That was clear and precise. So these are some of the things that I like to introduce into the Black community, because we make everything popular, but we don't know how to streamline it. We are our best marketers. I'm just saying that because I come from the music business and things organically happen. And as far as budget, I just want to give out a few numbers. Now, budgeting is very important for marketing. So when you're a small business, the first thing I could say, exhaust every single free avenue that you have. Run your mouth, free to little expense that you can. Run your mouth, show up to places, be a part of podcasts, scrape up $50, get your first 100 flyers, go to business events, scrape up $25, get your first version of a business card, do everything that you possibly can, but make sure you're doing it to folks who care about what you're talking about, i.e. folks that need your service. Otherwise, you're just running on a treadmill. Okay, so there's a ton of little to low cost marketing things that you can do right away. Okay, and that includes social media. That includes, doing free giveaways. When I first started my business here in Minnesota, because I'm originally from Chicago, the Fox show with Alex Kendall and the two other individuals in the morning, Fox 9 in the morning, Good Day, Fox Good Day. Those three folks had just created that Fox Good Day show. On the very first show, Alex Kendall, the news lady, says, "Hey, I broke my mug on the first day of work." This was 5 minutes into the show. I went to my workshop and I printed her a replacement mug. While the show was still on television, I drove it up to the television station while she was still on television. The very next day, the second show, they gave me a 1-minute segment about my business. All because I printed a $5 mug for free. Priceless, daytime, very popular. So that was free for me. And that's what I call earned media. And that goes into my marketing. I could not afford at the time a commercial to be on at 9 a.m. on Fox. However, I got a 1-minute segment where I had testimony from local folks that people watch every single day saying how well it was made, gave out my information. So exhaust all free. And then when you do get a budget, these are how your numbers should go. For a small to medium-sized business, you should be spending anywhere from 7 to 12% of your gross revenue on marketing. With the smaller 5 to 7% if you're trying to do conservative growth, and around 10 to 12% if you're trying to do aggressive growth. And of course, you want to kind of go through those conservative growth weeds first so that you can fine tune your efforts before you want to scale those efforts. So then if you have a medium-sized business, you can spend anywhere between 8 to 15% of your gross revenue. And then for the very large businesses, I'm talking about the $50 million or more, it's the 5 to 10% of your gross revenue. And like I said, the upper parts of that is for the aggressive growth, and the lower parts is for the conservative growth. Some of the things that are key in marketing: digital advertising, the branding and creative aspect, PR and traditional media, events and sponsorships. Of course, websites. Websites is very important. I remember I was working with the Black Business Enterprise, and I gave a kind of a expose about the importance of a website. And I was surprised about 70% of the business owners in there, and it's about 30 people, did not have their website because most of the time they sold things on the internet through Facebook Shop and stuff like this. And, people book through Instagram and all of these things. It may have been a month later. I don't know if you remember this. It was a couple years back. Facebook went down for like 2 days. The entire Facebook went down. And I was saying to myself, I wish if this was going to happen, I wish that Facebook would have went down 2 days prior to the website seminar, because folks did not see the importance of having a website when they can use all of these other things. It's not just only having a place where people can find you in case some other platform fall to pieces, but inside of most website interfaces is something that everyone should be aware of. It's called a CRM. It's a customer relationship management tool. It's a database of folks that visit you, a database of what they visit when they come to your website, and ultimately a database of the folks that purchase things from you. And what does that do? That open up communications. So like you would like to do email communications, starting with thank you for purchasing, following, hey, I saw that you stopped by. Was there anything that you didn't see, color or something? All the way to, hey, was there a reason why you left the website so soon? You could just start a conversation, wherever it is. So the website part is huge. And then website, when that comes, that's SEO, search engine optimization. 90% of folks now have a handheld device and they search for stuff in real terms. So you have to have such a marketing SEO appearance where you could be found in real sentences, in real terms. You can move to town and most people might say, hey, tire shop near me, or, Black activism near me, or whatever it is that they move to town and want to find out, or move to a neighborhood, schools near me. And you want to have that type of SEO where folks can find you first and foremost. And then miscellaneous, should I say, things that you also should include into your marketing, which includes, one thing is huge is giveaways. People don't understand how huge giveaways are. I make my own business pins, and I still have a Chase business pin. I still have every place that ever given me a pin is on my desk. And if I go look for one of my own branded pins, I have to move their pin out of the way, which means there's another impression. It stays, So every time you can produce an impression, that's huge marketing as well. So there's any questions? I just was trying to get those things out. I've been running up at the mouth for a while. Marcus?
I just have one question, and it has to do with some of the great work that you did for me. But what I have heard from people when you start trying to talk to them about marketing is they're always worried about the vision of what they want the impression of their business to be getting away from them under the auspices of a professional marketing firm and things like that. What you did for me was bring out exactly what I wanted into the most perfect form of what I was going for to help bring forward that kind of concept. A, how do you do that? And B, how do you explain to folks that can be the way that marketing serves you? Because I wouldn't have reached out so absolutely if I didn't trust Michelle when she said that this kind of thing was possible, and boy, did you prove her right. So there you go.
Well, the approach to the business card specifically was more of a branding approach. And when you're dealing with branding is simply more, it's nothing more from your perspective, not the public's perspective, because they can interpret it the way they interpret it from their experience with your brand. But it's nothing more from your perspective than your story. That's all the brand is your story. So I spent a little time of getting your story, just a little bit of information, as well as getting information about Black Visions and reading. It's all about the story. And then you were articulate enough to produce some elements to work with, building blocks, so I can lessen my interpretations. Sometimes I would have to hear words and interpret that into a color, a font, or a emblem. You made it easy for me, I can tell you that, because you actually gave me building blocks. Now, there's sometimes all I have is ideas, answers, quotes, and I have to translate that into fonts, color palettes, and emblems. So that's first and foremost, is listening to who I'm working with so that I can see what they have, which is the beginning, and then kind of listen to what they explain to me, and knowing how to extract enough information from what they have, extract enough information what they desire in the end. And my job as a professional is know the process to put in the middle of that, or the bridge or the road to put in the middle of that can make it happen.
Well, you've got some expert degrees on that point, and just wanted to say thank you. And if anybody else has a question, please go ahead.
So I will say that I'm amazed. I'm at awe as to you telling us your story, and really truly sharing what is a common theme around a lot of entrepreneurs that logged in today or that are currently existing in businesses. Our passion, which were natural strengths that we had from a very young age, but never really knew how to channel it and monetize it into a business. One of the things you also shared that really just tied everything together was the blueprint of sustainable, successful business model. And the key thing that I want all of us to kind of take away as well is the branding. Because I think Lolita even shared that branding is not just the business, but you as a business owner, branding yourself, being a part of your community, being a part of organization, being around the table during those conversations so that you are able to leverage those relationships and your brand to create collaborative opportunities that could extend to your business. And then you're looking at how to really stabilize and sustain your business long term. And hence, building equity, strengthening equity in our communities.
That is the truth.
And so I just, go ahead.
All right.
No, so I just wanted to celebrate how everything we've talked about today truly was wrapped up in the bow in your presentation. And I myself, I'm going to reach out to you and utilize your expertise because I already see a lot of value as to how it's going to impact me and my business and in my efforts to expand my brand. So I look forward to working with you, Dr. Was it Marketingstein? How do you say it?
That's how you say it.
Doctor. Okay.
And thank you so much. Thank everyone. Thank everyone. Thank Michelle for having us here today, having me here today, doing all of the great work. This is very important to me. Like I said, I really thought that those rappers in the music business was my first clients, but they were not. It were the candy ladies in my neighborhood. And I realized that that type of independent business. And I didn't realize the very last part. It was keeping that $1 and that $1 or 25 cent or 15 cent in the neighborhood that much longer that summer, because we were going to those ladies. And so that I like to augment that concept till today, because right now today, you said you'll contact me. Brother Jason said he'll contact me. I'm already in contact with Marcus. I'm already in contact with Miss Michelle. And so what does that mean? We're building the real foundation. That's the commerce. Let's get some of our 77 trillion. It's probably $80 trillion in our pocket at this point. It's sort of like, I'll say this in closing. One of my favorite authors in the entire world wrote a book called The Spook That Sat by the Door. Okay. If you never heard of it, please go find out about the book. But generally, it was a black man, and he went to go work for the CIA. He was in the Chicago gang, and he had advanced himself in education. He went to go work for the CIA in the mailroom. But he was sneaking around, finding out all of this very valuable information. He took that information back to the neighborhood, and he shared it. That's the general gist of the movie. Whatever they was working on, that information made them stronger. But his brand had to be strong enough to make sure that they knew he wasn't going to go in there and turn it to something else, and that he was going to actually bring the information back. My brand has been strong enough where I can walk into places, get the gold, and bring it back to the tribe. And some of this marketing information has been kept away from us or has been out of reach for so long and put into very thick books and have 15-letter words. And that's why I use very simple analogies about an ox with an X on it, because that's all it is. So I'm here to serve my community, strengthen us, and let the dollar rotate a dollar a day.
Well, I want to thank you for that. Yes. Thank all of you guys. It has been an amazing event, I think, in terms of all the information that's been shared today. And I look forward for us all coming back again, okay, in the near future. But thank you, Dwight. You're right on point on that. The marketing piece, along with the sales and the lead gen, which we'll get into another conversation, and also product delivery and some other things. But thank you. Okay. And if you guys have any final words that you want to say, go ahead and say it. And let's close out until we meet again.
Close out.
Thank you.
Well,
Yeah.
we want to thank you. We want to celebrate you for creating this forum. You made this happen.
Yeah.
So thank you for all
Oh,
that you do for our community.
thank you.
Most definitely. Thank
Let's
you.
all grow together. That's the
Let's
key
grow
thing.
together.
Let's
Yes.
all grow together. See each other's successes. Okay. So, all right. Well, talk to you all soon and have a good evening and also have a great holiday.
Likewise.
Likewise.
All right. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.